Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, filling in for Anthony. Joining me today, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart, Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro, and Senior Market Strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, panel.
All. Morning.
Made it to Thursday, and same story when it comes to the Nasdaq, up, up, up. Doesn't seem like anything's going to stop that. But we have futures, stock futures broadly higher across the board. Headlines coming in from China, Xi and Trump. Shai, I'm sure that's part of the headlines you're watching. What's on your plate today? What should we be aware of?
Absolutely. So we have obviously a ton of China headlines. Trump said extremely positive and productive meetings. Of course, everybody expected him to say that. U.S. said Xi made clear China opposes militarization of Hormuz. Both sides agreed that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. U.S. says Xi expressed interest in purchasing more American oil. Trump had a good meeting with Xi. Then we had kind of Marco Rubio come in and run a little bit of an interference on that and say to NBC this morning, we are not asking for China's help on Hormuz. We also had Bessent on running a little bit of interference too, but talking about the China meeting. He said they're going to talk about a board of investment with China, which would be a mechanism for fast-tracking some China investment deals along with reduction in tariffs on a swath of non-critical goods as the world's largest economy tried to manage their rivalry. They're talking about something in the range of $30 billion in tariff reduction. So we'll see what happens. He said, Bessent said there was a 1 trillion number floated around about China investment. Bessent said he had no idea about that. Then there was a Reuters report out that said the U.S. clears H200 chip sales to 10 China firms. As NVIDIA CEO, he's in China with Trump, looks for a breakthrough. And then Bessent was on the news this morning and said, it's news to me if China firms are approved to buy NVIDIA H200 chips, and said that is up to Congress. So we'll see on that. Again, a lot of headlines going. And then obviously Bessent said that we're going to see large Boeing orders from China. Always, literally every time they have a meeting, there's a bunch of largely letters of intent to buy a bunch of Boeing airplanes. Then we had some headlines out about OPEC this morning, and I don't know why oil is reacting to it, but OPEC Plus has a plan to complete the series of quota hikes and to persist with symbolic monthly hikes. Now, this is, when I say symbolic, I mean, it doesn't matter if they raise quotas. The production is down 10 million barrels. And Saudi was out this morning saying that their oil output sank to the lowest since 1990. But for some reason, oil is responding to, we might have some quota hikes, as well as obviously good meetings in China, hoping that we can get some sort of resolution with Iran, even though Rubio says that we are not asking for China's help, so we'll see. Then yesterday, Bush clinches the Senate approval to be the next Fed chair. A vote have 54 to 45, so he is our new Fed chair, officially. Just in the nick of time because Powell's term ends tomorrow. We had a couple of really interesting earnings out. We had Honda posted its first annual loss in 70 years as a listed company. They were hit by more than $9 billion in costs to restructure its electrical vehicle business, and they scrapped their long-term EV sales target. So kind of revealing the worst financial report since Honda listed on the stock market in 1957, underscoring risky and aggressive bet on EVs can be for a legacy automaker when it slams into weaker than expected demand. And they're not the first company that have cut their targets. It was just notable because they've never posted an annual loss. And then Cisco, of course, reported last night was a blowout. Shares jumped 19% in pre-markets on Thursday. a day after it outlined, here it is again, they're cutting nearly 4,000 jobs. And of course, raised their revenue forecasts on strong hyperscaler demand, boosting investor confidence in its AI infrastructure push. So if it does hold those gains, by the time the market opens, it's on track for adding $75 billion to its market value. And then last but not least, we have data today. So on the docket, we have initial jobless claims, continuing claims, retail sales, imports and export price index, and then 10 business inventories, which are not market moving numbers. So it all comes in before the market opens.
Yeah, after the PPI inflation readings, it's hard to see how any of them are going to sort of take the spotlight. You got to feel for the auto companies. Everything, all those plans, EV plans, were sort of shelved, and they've all been trying to deal with that. But just as they shutter it all, we have gas prices high and people looking at EVs again. So they're always a step behind, it seems like. Wow, it's a lot to get through, and it's interesting to see so many people talking from different sides on China. I mean, they're not all on the same song sheet. I guess they're not getting a memo from the White House on what to say. But it's all positive. Craig, what's top of mind for you today as you listen to all that? What are you watching for?
Yeah, I mean, what we've been talking about, what we continue to see is this bifurcated market, this bifurcated economy. I mean, yesterday making new all-time highs, 65% of the S&P was down, right? So breadth continues to deteriorate. Correlations continue to fall, and we have this spread between anything that's tied in to the AI CapEx story continues to do incredibly well. You have Cisco after the close up 20%, kind of shades of, I don't know, March of 2000 maybe there, but we'll see. And then under the hood, you see housing stocks have been weak, retail has been weak. You know, you mentioned Honda, some of the auto stocks have been weak, travel and leisure has been weak, and so things that touch the rest of the economy, areas that are starved for capital, are struggling, and so that dichotomy continues. After yesterday's PPI, print, we kind of had an acceleration of some of those trends. It's clear the inflation story is going to be with us for a while. Many consumers remain strapped, and so. But for now, we remain in a very strongly positive gamma regime. That comes off the board tomorrow, so a lot of those supportive flows will go away tomorrow. But then next week we have NVIDIA's earnings after the close on. I think it's on Wednesday after the close. So. Probably will keep things together for that too. NVIDIA has actually been a reasonable underperformer versus semis over the course of the last several weeks here too. So and implied volatility is incredibly muted for NVIDIA into the print versus where semi overall implied volatility is. So we'll see. The story could keep going next week with those figures, but that dichotomy continues. That bifurcated market exists, and it'll stop when it stops. But for now, no sign of it stopping.
And if I could just add really quickly, it's interesting. We did have Klarna report this morning, and they reported an actual profit for the first time. So that's a little bit worrying. That's buy now, like a buy now, pay later. Mm-hmm. So consumers on credit, they reported a $1 million of net income the first 3 months of the year, up from a loss of $99 million the prior year. So looks like more consumers are relying on credit.
Yeah. It's two different paths, and they are diverging, but it's just so hard to see that the momentum around this tech trade. By the way, hey, everybody in the chat, we have a few comments, I think, reflecting that. Christopher saying, here we go again, wake up and buy. And Kat saying, now, just decided I'm just going to click the bullish button on the poll every day until something changes. And it just feels a bit relentless. You know what else is sort of moving? You've got that AI trade, but also it seems like commodities. And Shai, I want to ask you about something in a minute, but Jim, you're watching even ags now seem like they're getting in on the action.
Yeah, I mean, to quote the very famous Zach Brown in Pitbull, "Ain't nothing gonna stop us now." Equities are green, even in Europe, Eurostock, and some of the other major stock index futures. Even bonds and notes are up today. Dollars up today. Commodities, not so much right this very second. I'm referring to energies. But, the wheat market is something that we've been looking at. Wheat is kind of pretty hot right now, and I'm talking about the number 2 soft red wheat that we trade at the CME Group. It's the WASDE report last WASDE report was a shocker, a kind of a surprise. So that, at least from a food point of view, we're gonna have some real production issues with respect to that commodity in particular. But right now, things are kind of settling down and subtle on the commodity market from an intraday point of view right now. Wheat, soybeans, and corn are down a tad bit, but it's just kind of a tad bit of a retracement back down, not a break of trend.
Yeah, maybe some digestion. And Shai, the reason I bring up commodities is because Jeff Curry, former Goldman, he's now in a new role. I think he was talking on CNBC yesterday, saying copper's the new oil, Chile's the new Saudi Arabia. We had seen copper moving a lot. We had seen nat gas on the move. It did seem like a lot of people who were playing in other areas. We've got people talking about a commodity super cycle. What are you hearing?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, I think, copper is down a little bit this morning. Not surprising. We've had a phenomenal run this week. So taking a little breather. Plus, we tend to see, and I wrote about this yesterday, we tend to see a pullback in London and U.S. sessions, and then new highs in Asia. And that's kind of what we saw again today. But, it's... there is just a tremendous amount of copper that's needed. We have aging mines. We have sulfuric acid deficits because of the Strait of Hormuz closed, which you need for copper leaching. We have just a huge supply deficit coming out to 2050. In fact, we're going to need more copper than we've needed to create all these data centers and EVs, et cetera, than we have actually produced since the beginning of when we started mining copper. So that is a huge deficit coming. So, that market remains strong. And at this point, again, we talked about this a little bit yesterday, I just don't see, data centers are going to buy. They just are. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, so watch that space. Some consolidation today, but,
Yeah, I'm a firm bull there. I mean, this is gonna, in my opinion, this is going to be the market of the year. This is the one to watch right now, and it's finally starting to kind of break out to the upside. And surprisingly, it took this long. I can't believe it's taken this long, but I think it's going to continue.
A couple people continuing to talk about just the relentless nature of the NASDAQ rally. Craig, you were talking about Cisco before. Brent Donnelly had a great tweet out this morning saying Cisco and Intel are 2 of the hottest stocks right now. Let that sink in, because it does feel like we're back to that period. But it doesn't, nobody seems concerned about well, maybe they're concerned, but I guess you just got to follow. It's too hard to fight the trend, I guess, even if you are worried that things are frothy.
Yeah, look, if you're worried about things, and you want to be negative, focus on the areas that are really being hit, right? And so it's that part of the K-shaped economy that is continuing to struggle, right? We talk about the AI story, and the wealthy are, impervious to higher commodity prices and higher rates. And the low-end consumer and many small businesses and many businesses related to housing and autos and retail are getting hurt by high cost of capital and hurt by high energy. So that spread will continue until a point in time when the Fed decides what's it going to do, right? And right now we're kind of on pause here, probably a long pause because raising rates will hurt the low end, and lowering rates will accelerate inflation even further. So they're kind of in this, what do we do here? What are we going to decide? I think ultimately the decision will be made elsewhere, right? We'll see the ECB will raise rates, the BOJ will raise rates, other central banks are inflation mandate only will react. And so that's likely to slow global demand for many of these areas, and probably put a damper overall on economic momentum and possibly the AI trade. But if for now the trends are very strong, no sense in necessarily fighting it. As we've talked about earlier in the week and on the Sunday show and prior, just wait for the breaks. If you think you don't have to be the first guy to short the semi trade, wait for the breaks, wait for the firm confirmations of reversal patterns, and then you could jump on. But no sense in really fighting it right now. It doesn't seem.
Yeah, and worth pointing out, you and Blake are going to do something at 1:30 today. talking about some of these market internals, and it's been such a big issue. I think it's fantastic that you guys are going to focus on that. So we'll flag it in the lineup later, but just put that on your calendar, everybody. Because it's going to be a really good one, an important one to catch. Another headline on Cisco, I don't know if you guys saw this, but I think it speaks to what you're talking about sort of in one headline, Craig. Cisco with great numbers, stock was up. They sort of exceeded all sorts of expectations, gave really positive forecasts, and said they're cutting 4,000 jobs. I mean, that if that's not the AI peril and story in a nutshell, I don't know what is. I mean, that 4,000 jobs, that's a lot.
Yeah, look, the tech layoffs continue. Meta has announced them. Microsoft has announced them. Amazon, many of the financial companies have announced similarly. And so the impacts of AI are going to be really felt by white collar employment. And I think that was part of the we talked about earlier in the week about that Korea headline, the potential for AI citizen dividend or some supernormal profits that get paid back. Ultimately, the government is going to be put on the hook for people who are losing their jobs. And so how do you rectify that? How do you rectify the deficit expansion that's coming? It's going to be through higher taxes or shifting some of that capital out of the super profits that are being accrued to those upstream AI CapEx names to areas of the economy and people who are being negatively impacted. So right now the hiring environment in the U.S. has been stable, but it's been we are removing some of those white collar jobs, replacing them with lower wage healthcare jobs, education jobs. We should be paying higher wages for those jobs, but we don't. And so we're in that market right now where we have a shift from high earning jobs to lower earning jobs. I think that's accelerating this transition into more folks being pushed into the lower part of the K-shape, unfortunately.
Yeah. If they're not lower paying jobs, they're multiple jobs where you would have one before, which is why everyone's so tired. I think we have some pending home sales out. So interesting action on mortgages. I know everyone's watching them because we saw those bond yields really go up. It doesn't seem like that would normally spook the market. Are we not at the pain point yet, Jim? That would be the case, or are we getting close? It's just the tech momentum is so positive it's overshadowing everything.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen again and again and again. The 30-year dips to a certain level, buyers come back in. Happened yesterday. I tried to bid the 26s. I didn't get filled. Deli sent me a note saying, Jimmy, MIT, market have touched. I know I didn't do that. And we have the bid again. We're back up in that 112 handle again, and we're probably going to be south of 5% cash yield at some point here in the next couple seconds. So it just continues to happen every time the long end anyway gets to a certain point. Buyers come back in, and at a certain point is a 111 handle with respect to the futures market. And we saw that again in just all of its glory yesterday.
Who were the buyers there?
Well, I mean, it's attractive to get, for some institutions, it's going to be attractive to kind of grab a 5% yield right now in the 30-year. You could borrow cheaper somewhere else. And then as the bonds, appreciate, have capital appreciation, you can get out of them later while you're locking into that coupon. So there's probably a lot of institutions, hedge funds, pension funds, all of these things that do that kind of trade. Yeah. And foreign governments too, by the way.
Yeah, despite everyone sort of, all the negativity about bonds and the role in your portfolio, given everything that's going on with debt, they're still able to do that. We are getting closer to getting a sense of what's going to happen here. Shah, I wanted to ask you about this. I was listening yesterday. I had to drive, and I was listening to the radio, and I heard the head of El Toro say that crypto's been kind of quiet, so all those traders have moved over to metals and commodities. All the sort of speculators does that track with anything that you're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense. We're seeing that, we have a relationship with Kraken. They offer futures through us on their platform, and we're seeing a lot of activity in the futures markets because crypto markets are rather quiet right now, and they're kind of a little bit out of favor. And so you have, several crypto exchanges now offering futures markets, and that's become an attractive trade for them.
Interesting. That when you're seeing the volatility, hey, if there's volatility, there's an opportunity. But that's sort of an interesting dynamic.
But Maggie, speaking of attractive trades, we have a arena challenge right around the corner, starting next week. Everybody, I don't know if you've registered for it or not. There's going to be a link in the chat if there's not one already, or you can go to NinjaTrader.com. Tuesday, this thing kicks off the 19th of May with qualifier number 1. You could be in one of 3 qualifiers. There's $250,000 in cash prizes, and then the final round starts in June 9th to be exact. It's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of traders on the network are participating in it. I'm going to do it. It's free real-time NinjaTrader trading platform with real-time data. It's going to be a lot of fun.
That sounds awesome. Real cash. That's what everybody that's what everybody needs and wants to hear about. That's amazing. And there's a reminder, you can only register for one qualifier, I think. But that's fantastic. You know what you can do with that hard-earned money? My favorite story of the morning. This should make everyone happy as well. Bars are bringing back cheaper drinks, people. That's right. No more $20 cocktails. Did you see that, Shai?
Yes.
I mean, it is sticker shock. It's on Bloomberg if you guys want to search it up. There are a few bars who figured, and no surprise, when the drinks are cheaper, we order more rounds. So it's good for business. But I thought that was in the positive column this morning. I love that you saw that, Shai. A woman after my own heart. You can take the money you save from that and put it on your Kalshi bets. I mean, it's all a virtuous circle.
There you go.
Oh gosh, Craig. We're gonna get weekly jobless claims in a little bit. We sort of said the numbers. I don't know. Retail sales are out. That, I guess, that could be sort of interesting to see if the consumer's resilient. But what are you going to be watching for in the first few minutes of trade? And it seems like China. This seemed like it was going to be such a big deal, and we kind of mentioned it at the top, but we're not really focusing on it because it seems like it's a big hug fest.
Yeah, I think retail sales could be interesting. I mean, the market is expecting a downshift from a strong March into April, given the war, and so the core group is expected to come in at 0.3% month on month versus 0.6% month on month last month. So we'll see how resilient the consumer has been. I mentioned the Red Book sales early in the week have been very strong. Those are inflation adjusted, so clearly there's higher prices are in there. But we'll see how robust the U.S. Consumer has remained through this elevated inflation period. I think with respect to the China stuff, the Xi-Trump bromance is out there. A lot of positive vibes from Trump. He's clearly sensitive to the markets and just doesn't, really want to upset the apple cart here. I think it was interesting that the headlines last night that came out of China were very geared towards, hawkish sentiment on Taiwan and, China's position on Taiwan and how the U.S. may or may not react to that. And then the U.S. reaction to that was no mention of Taiwan. And so, that's where you get the back and forth between, what's really being said and what's really being done. But ultimately for markets, not a lot of here nor there. I think as it pertains to the Iran situation, once Trump leaves, I think the possibility that military strikes, resurface again this weekend or into next week, I think, probably go up, right? The probability that happens have gone up. Obviously China doesn't want to see war resume. No one really wants to see it. But if Iran continues to be strong in their demands and, doesn't want to move on the nuclear issues and wants to maintain control of the Strait and extract tolls, then, the U.S. has, signaled that potentially that military strikes would start again. Markets are not prepared at all for the resumption of strikes. So, we may have a situation where we lose a lot of that supportive positioning. We get some elevated volatility potential for weekend scaries come back. And tomorrow afternoon, folks are thinking a little bit more about hedging up for the weekend just in case anything happens.
Yeah. Fantastic stuff. All right. It's time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jim.
Well, let's start with Dr. Copper right now. This is a daily candle chart, and then, the party is continuing. A little bit of a sell-off today, nothing to write home about. We're still hitting that January 29th high of 6.58. Projections right on target here. We almost hit that 72.70, just short of it today. I wouldn't expect us not to hit it relatively quickly. Moving averages are steeply just kind of rocketing up, as is the RSI well over 70. So daily charts looking pretty good. even with a little tiny bit of a pullback. Intraday, we have some really nice levels here. We have this 0 DTE put support. It's 6.64 right by the daily pivot. So two areas of interest right there. And sure enough, we sold off of that. Yeah, we wicked through it. We drove through it a little bit on a shorter time frame, but now we're kind of sold back down. The equally important level for me is this session VWAP right here. Right now we're tracking levels right above the London initial balance and right above that JAX2 level. I'm licking my chops to get down here because I want to get long. Again, past performance not indicative of future results. Don't follow me, but this is what I'm thinking right now. I think looking for dips here in the copper market. It's looking pretty strong. Let's shoot over to the E-mini S&P. We also have some interesting levels here to chew on. Give me a second here to get these charts queued up. On the daily chart, there's a PAX line there. It's at 74.95, by the way. We're right up against that 7,500 level as well. We're literally up right now as we speak, approximately 8.53% on the futures from the yearly open. And from this dip down here that we saw all the way back at the end of March, we're up 18.19%. As we speak. So quite a rally, very, very strong. Look at the moving averages again, just like the copper chart. Super, super positive right now. We've been overbought. So this is not the indicator where you want to just trigger a sell order when you get to 71. We've been overbought for a long period of time according to the textbook. And this is just telling me we are super, super strong here. And we're going to continue to be strong. Intraday, tight range overnight, relatively tight range. We're at about 30% of the 34-day average range as we speak, which is, it's a little light given the time of day right now. So not a lot of stuff happened overnight. We kind of went sideways here. Now we're edging up a little bit higher as people are waking up here. And there's that 0 DTE gamma wall, that 0 DTE call resistance at 7,500. That's going to be a big deal. We break out above that. Then we have an R1 level daily pivot study, really simple at 09. And above that, we have JAX1 all the way up to 75.25. And believe it or not, Mentor Q's one-day max is at 75.39, give or take. That's their expected volatility range for the day. Don't always get there, but on trend days, those levels really, really kind of pan out. Hate to say it. Point of control officially is a little bit lower here, 74.88. And on the downside, if things break bad, we got the pivot down here at 53, and then that 0 DTE put support at that nice round even number 74.50. So right now, we'll see if we just get a slow grind up, which the 9 EMA is suggesting so far. Maybe jobless claims will put a monkey wrench in that, who knows. But right now, everything is looking bullish. Everything's still grinding up, and expect some good news out of the China meeting to kind of accelerate that to the upside going forward. So that is this morning's Edge Report. Back to the panel.
All right, thanks so much, Jim. We are going to have weekly jobless claims in just a moment, so the panel stays with us. It's as we sort of wait for that print to come through. We're not expecting a big market mover, but Craig, hard to imagine. I'm shocked that Kevin Warsh was able to smile at all after this confirmation hearing, because he's got one heck of a job in front of him. This is not going to be easy.
Yeah, look, I think the inflation prints that we're getting make it much more difficult for him to start a cutting regime. Besant was out this morning even talking about the idea that the next 1 to 2 inflation prints are going to be hot. And so I think that kind of gives Warsh some room there to, not come in, expecting or talking up a cut. I think more likely, if he wants to establish credibility, he'll keep, he'll acknowledge that inflation is a problem, then he's not really looking to cut right now. And so that would go a long way, I think, towards, making sure that the committee doesn't move too far away from him if and when he actually wants to start cutting. So I think coming in there and kind of acknowledging that the inflation stuff is a problem makes a lot of sense. But you're right. I mean, this is a tough place to be. He was, put in there by Trump to, start a cutting regime. But the dynamics of the economy and the inflation backdrop here, really don't allow it. So the more that Besant can give him some room there not to start, I think is good. And so he'll probably be relieved to hear that that's the environment that he's starting with.
He's going to need some cover. One wonders if Trump is also on board with giving him some breathing room, or whether his expectation is going to be that, he delivers immediately. One would think they had a conversation about that, but we've thought that before. By the way, I know a lot of you are getting really excited. Linda Raschke is going to be with us in just a few moments, and all of you are pretty much saying the same thing. Legend. So we don't even really need to introduce her, but we're excited about that too. Shah, you're going to bring us the numbers. I think we're still a couple seconds away. When we've got worth noting, we've got retail sales out as well. Again, not expected to be a market mover necessarily. Jim will tell us, but at least if it's not an outsized, away from expectations. But both of those are kind of focusing on the consumer part of it. And we already know.
Jobless claims came in actual 211. Survey was 205. Continuing claims in line, 1.782 million. And wait a second here for retail sales. Retail sales advanced month over month was 0.5%, but I'm really looking for core, which is ex auto and gas.
Yeah, because gas will push that up with those prices.
Correct. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing no movement whatsoever. It's a yawner. It's a yawner over here.
All right, so getting it slowly. Ex auto is 0.7% in line. I'm just waiting for. And ex auto and gas is 0.5% higher than expected.
Okay. All right, great stuff. Since there's no market move, we're going to move on. So thanks very much, Jim and Craig. We will see you in the chat. All right, we've got a lot going on. Let's take a look at the lineup for the day. Joining us, as I said, in just a moment is going to be Linda Raschke. We're all excited about that. Pharm is here for Tape Talk. As always, jump in the chat if you have any specific questions for him. Trade the Open is going to be with Jack and Nick for a tick. Midday Markets will be Leo and Salma. And we have a special today, 1:30, Under the Hood, Market Internals with Blake Morrow. Going to be joining Craig to talk about all the things you need to be aware of. And Trading the Close will be Chris, XY, and Salma. Okay, well, joining us now is Linda Raschke. And Linda, you had to sit through the effusive praise that you heard coming through the chat. You don't need any introduction, but it's wonderful to have you here today.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
I've been wanting to get you on forever, so I'm glad you could join us. But let's just start big. And I know you posted. Damon had posted that 7,500 was kind of his target last year, and we are there. But what are your thoughts on this market? We've got AI obviously driving this market higher. Are we hitting frothy levels? What do the charts say to you?
Obviously, you've had a revaluation or a repricing in the semiconductor sector. And of course, I think that my opinion is that the markets are always looking out 6 months, 9 months down the road. So the current news really doesn't matter. I think the big boys are thinking about these things well in advance. And I think it's dawning on people now with Trump's visit to China about the fact that Taiwan produces 95% of all our important chips, for smartphones, cars, military, etc. And Xi's basically said, hands off, don't interfere with our relationship with Taiwan, opening the door for what's been laid out, in their doctrine for many years, that eventually they're going to take Taiwan back. So there were meetings at the beginning of this year and in early February with our administration talking about talking with the heads of our tech industries about the vulnerability here. So this rally that we have seen in the semis is not black tulip bulb mania. It is a repricing based on expectations of supply and demand. And, we have been warned for years and years and years about the risk of being reliant on an external third party for the chip. So all I'm saying is that the move has already happened. The horse left the barn. How much more there is to the upside, I don't really know. I don't really care. You could follow the footprints all the way up with the relative strength and see that this was obviously where the whole play was. I don't think anybody's caught off guard with that. And so now that we are at the top of this markup period, and I do think we're close to being fully marked up, at least in certain sectors, The reason being, we've had some increase in range expansion, which happens in the moves later where they get a little bit more parabolic, a little bit more range expansion. We've started to see some testing. I posted a chart on Twitter just showing this process with, I don't know if it was Micron or AMD, a little check back, a little retest back up. And so that is starting to say, hey, now we're going to go into perhaps a little bit more rotation in this sector. The play is over, in my opinion. We had a huge increase in volume in the last 6 trading days. If you see huge surges in volume at the beginning of the swings, it's a different context than if you see huge surge of volume at the end of swings. Now, with that said, there are still sectors out there which you can see some rotation into, such as healthcare. Started to look a little perky yesterday after a long correction down in the daily, weekly charts. The financials have been the weaker sector, and you saw a little bit of a bid today in shares like JP Morgan, some of the Dow shares, etc. So I don't think that this market is going to immediately have some big swing back down. But what is more typical is after a large standard deviation move, such as the one we've had in some AI stocks and semiconductors, then you start to go into a much broader trading range rotation, because typically on these huge swings up, they tend to overshoot a little bit. We don't know where that is. We don't know how much it's going to go. We don't know how much it's going to react back down, but we're at new levels. And so therefore, we will start rotating and forming a trading range to say, where is the true value in some of these stocks and some of these sectors? So that's what I see there. Pretty much everything's had its markup period, even if you look at the international ETFs. I was looking at some of the sentiment charts as well. The equity put call ratios have dropped back down to very vulnerable levels, so they're quite low. You can look at things like the name exposure, American investors, that kind of stuff. And they are not at historical extremes, but I would say they're about 90% back up to their upper end of their threshold after being a nice cycle low a couple months ago. So the horse has left the barn. It's marked up now. Now we're going to start to see how are we going to rotate, how much of a reaction will there ultimately be. I think that this markup was for real in the tech and semis, but it doesn't mean that at some point we can't retrace back down to just a median range, a daily moving average, for example. People like to look at VWAP. They like to look at different benchmarks for reversion to a mean, but that will unfold. And so just be careful in a raw environment, which we've been in a total momentum environment in different sectors. Be careful about getting too bullish when things look right their best. Another example of that, the grains, I thought looked fabulous for the last couple months. I still think they look quite good. They've come out of nice bases, and I think there's a lot of potential with climate risks and so forth over the summer. However, futures are leveraged markets, and if you don't pay attention to your initial trade location and risk, you're better off working with the market, meaning let it have a little bit reaction down instead of chasing and jumping on board a momentum game when it's a little late in the move. Does that make sense?
100%.
It does.
And-
Go ahead, Tracy. You want to take
No,
the next
you go
one?
ahead. Go.
Linda, I just wanted to ask you if you're describing the AI repricing as real, how do you feel about energy? Because it seems like you can't do all that AI without the energy. How are you thinking about that sector? And the metals, really, the metals that even perhaps more important, the minerals that go into building out those data centers. Shai was talking about copper before.
Well, copper's used, I don't think people have any idea how much copper is used in the world, the number one metal. It's even used in clothing, if you can believe that. building homes, of course, the electronics and so forth. And there's going to have to be a lot of rebuilding in the world at some point in the game. So copper's got huge underlying bid for numerous reasons. Now, with that said, there was a period a couple months ago, actually quite a few months ago, where they had built up ridiculously huge inventories, and that was keeping the lid on copper for a while. But those inventories start to get drawn down and used up. So copper's got demand for so many different reasons and a whole host of other factors than we would expect in things like palladium and gold and so forth. Silver, everybody's aware that that's used in solar. And if we look at the ETFs, the different sectors, TAN is the one that I like to follow just as a good benchmark. It too has been a relative strength leader, saying that the market knows that it does need ultimately other energy sources. Now, we can talk about energy in a really broad sense, but the US, we are blessed, face it, with our natural gas. And right down the road from me, about 20 miles, they are proposing one of the largest AI centers to be built in Florida. Okay. It's just, inevitable that this is what's going. And it is perched right next to a natural gas production facility. So, it's not necessarily reliance on oil for energy like we may think. And there have been other countries around the world that have made concerted inroads into alternative energy sources and have a much higher usage of that than the US. So I hate talking in generalizations. You're right, it is important energy to drive all this AI infrastructure. But in the US, we are very blessed with our nat gas supplies. Big picture, of course.
Absolutely. And you brought up, we had a huge run in gold and silver last year. We've kind of come down off those levels, kind of moving sideways, kind of churning right now. What are your thoughts on that? And is that trade over?
No, it's not over per se. I mean, the bulk of the trade, yes, but can you see what's happening if you looked at a daily or a weekly chart of gold? Can you see that insane huge run up that we had on the weeklies, right? And if you look at where gold is trading right now relative to, let me pull up a chart here and just see for myself, relative to the start of 2024. Okay, so gold back then, in the 24 handle, and now it's up at the 47. It's still twice what it was back at the beginning of 2024. So this is the process that I was talking about with what we'll see in semiconductors, most likely, which is a commodity. The chips are commodities. And the same thing, a large standard deviation move in gold. If you look at the weekly charts, it is totally proportionate as to what has been happening here. For short-term traders and especially retail, what happens is that if you were on the long side of this glorious long trade in the metals, you get addicted to that feeling of yes. Same thing for the props that are trading Micron and stuff to the long side, and therefore you get seduced to always looking to buy to get back that glorious feeling of when it was having that markup momentum environment. And now you can see, if you were to look at a daily chart of gold, for example, how it is consolidating to the point of a triangle. That's forming that equilibrium level that I was talking about, that eventually the semis will need to do. And any of these momentum stocks, Cisco, all of them that have had these amazing markups. And that's a different type of trading environment. And it gets very rough for people to switch their mindset to a reversion to the mean as we try to find what is true value in this balancing environment. And I think gold's been doing this for now, 4 months? 4 months of balancing, right? Eventually, when, this is where the work of Gann and his, price equals time thesis, if you were to draw a 180-degree trend line, the greater the extent of the price move, the longer the duration of time it needs to consolidate. And that's what's happening on the weeklies. Eventually, there will still be an underlying bid. But, we forget if things get tight for certain countries, or perhaps they need to raise a little cash for whatever reason, gold's a pretty liquid market to do that. And, that may be why it's underperforming right now. If you were to look at a market like silver or copper or some of these other ones, silver's actually left it in the dust for a little bit here because it has a better underlying usage with the solar. I don't know. I'm speculating there. I don't like to speculate. I like to try to stay purely technical. I'm not a macro player, just in all full disclosure. But at any rate, so there could be a lot of reasons why there is, people taking profits, countries, central banks, whatever the case may be. They don't even have to sell. They just have to stop buying. So there's a huge difference there, just so people understand that. It's not that entities and institutions come in and necessarily sell. They just stop buying. And that's probably what we'll see with the semis over the next month. And then they'll sort of find their little true value as they float back and forth around.
Fantastic stuff. Linda, I feel like we just scratched the surface and could go on and on with you, but we know you're super busy. We appreciate your time, and we know you have something right on the back of this. So we're going to let you go, but we hope you'll come back again with us soon.
I'd be happy to, Tracy. Thank you for having me on.
Excellent. Thank you.
Tracy, that was great. The chat was going crazy. So great to hear from Linda with all that knowledge. And she made some really good points.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, she's been in this business for ever. So great to hear her. We'll definitely try to get her on more often.
Yeah, well, important we let her go when she has something, so she will come back, even though I know you had a million more questions to ask her. It goes by so fast. But anyway, all right, Shai, we'll let you go too, because we know you got a ton of stuff to do. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
That was a great discussion. All right, it's time for Pharm and Tape Talk. That's a hard act to follow, Pharm, but we know you're up for it.
Yeah, you guys do really get some amazing guests on here, so I think it's a real treat for the chat. So very much enjoyed that. How's everybody doing this morning?
It seems like it's funny. We've had a lot of people, a lot of comments, I think before you rolled up saying, okay, another day, just going to wake up and hit that buy button. This is just a machine that won't stop. Not even going to bother even thinking about the poll. Just going to hit bullish, bullish, bullish. But it was really interesting to hear Linda talk about getting addicted to that. If you were in early on the trade and you see it keep going up, being able to get yourself psychologically ready for a turn and not kind of get married to it. We talk about that all the time. I know you sometimes put out some cautionary thoughts on it. So I don't know. What do you want to start with? What are you watching?
Yeah, I mean, to me, the big thing is that you always need to be prepared for what could change that, right? I mean, it's been a very clear uptrend. And so that's what I've talked about every single time is that like, okay, well, it's bullish until or unless this happens, right? And we've talked about needing to break a multi-day balance to the downside, which we still have not done since the low. So we haven't even had a short time frame downtrend. And so we talked about the 3-day range on NQ. I guess it was yesterday, right? And then ES you could have characterized as a 3 or a 5. Doesn't really matter since we broke to the upside. So I've boxed out NQ, that range. There's a little bit of a difference between the breakout, prospective breakout on NQ versus ES. And you can see, NQ looked like it got a strong break. This is actually the manner in which ES broke initially, but then it pulled right back and just kind of dry humped the breakout level. It has back tested overnight, so I think it's a presumed breakout until it fails. The one thing that I'll add is that, a failed upside breakout, and I think I said this over the weekend, a failed upside breakout is far less bearish than an actual downside break of a range. So a lot of people get really bared up. We pull back in range and they say it's a failed breakout. We got to get back short. And then so many times it ends up being one of those false failed breakouts that I say it's a half joke, but it's not. I mean, that's what it is, right? Comes back in, your failed breakout, you get bearish, and then it just bids a higher low and then re-breaks again. And you start to see that happen more and more later stages of a trend. We've seen that a little bit here. There's no reason to try to front run anything as of now. Reasonable to assume it is broken out until proven otherwise. I'll flip over to ES. You can see a bit of a difference. I mean, strong set of single prints through that breakout, and then consolidation and go higher. So a little bit of a different breakout. So maybe that can be like a little warning sign that like maybe NQ's a little sleepy, but like, and it has been overnight. Like the Dow has been on this moon mission overnight, and NQ has lagged. But like, how many days have we seen that, right? Where NQ does the Emperor Palpatine, right? Pre-market, it's like, oh, I'm too weak, and then unlimited power. So watch for that relative strength flip at the open. I'll flip to the weekly profiles in the 30-minute chart. You can see that the breakout level, I'm going to use 49 to 52. That was my weekly level coming in. I think that's fine to use. Those breakout singles are going to be what matters the most. So that's 47 up to 59. So I mean, broadly, if this range in here is finding reactive buyers, that's perfectly constructive. Your first warning sign, and it's a minor warning sign, would be a loss of this. Like, again, I think that just gets you into is this a failed breakout or is this a false failed breakout scenario? There is risk below 49 to 52 of coming to yesterday's low. I think making that assumption, operating under that assumption, is dangerous. I think we've learned that with this uptrend, but it's good to be aware of that possibility. Could come to yesterday's low. Now, could it just bid off of this week's developing volume point of control, this 28 to 31? I think so. I think you just have to be a little bit more careful if we do end up getting that deep. But broadly, any consolidation, I mean, like ideally above about 65, which you'll see when we flip to the 5, is fine. But any dips down here for, it's just a back test, right? So you'd like to have that. That would be the ideal trade for today, is to see some kind of weakness come in here in the last, 40 minutes before the open, maybe at the open. Sellers usually come in, and usually like day one of breakout, they make an attempt. They kind of did that. Sometimes it's the next day they make an attempt to invalidate the breakout. And if they fail, it usually ends up a spectacular trend day to the upside. So you can afford some patience. If there is some weakness, as long as this back test holds, it's just a long to me. And then, a little bit more caution should it fail. But again, I still feel like you're going to have to completely invalidate. To me, you need to invalidate the breakout day by taking out that day's low. And I think, I think everybody would see it as a failed breakout if we were way the heck down here afterwards. We still would not have a downside break of a multi-day consolidation range, though. So again, nothing changes on any time frame until that happens. So you've got your high time frames, bullish. Intermediate time frames, bullish. Short time frames, bullish. Obviously, what will shift first will be those short time frames, and breaking a multi-day balance to the downside is when that would occur. Drilling into the 5 real quick on ES, you can see this session is overlapping value higher relative to yesterday. That's bullish. If we get back into yesterday's range, you could see some temporary weakness. Maybe that's where you get a back test of the overnight low in this 69 to 72 range. And if that's lost, again, quick dips below there, I think down to like 65. You got a minor set of singles, some ugly structure though from yesterday. So if we get through the overnight low, then you go on a structure repair mission and come in for that back test. And again, as long as that holds, I think it's fine. I've added a small daily level here, 38 to 40, another small set of single prints. Again, you just have to be a little bit more careful, a little tighter leash on longs. I feel like below 49 to 52, it doesn't mean you can't take any. But to me, it just means tighter stops, maybe quicker profit takes, because you want to make sure it re-breaks. And once it re-breaks, I mean, to me, it's a little bit better to add on pullbacks on a re-break. If you get some kind of entry in the 28 to 31 range or 38 to 40 or what have you. So that's ES where we're at here. I mean, we're coming into these huge extensions. It's obviously been a big upside move, but I will say, I mean, like extensions have usually led to like a 1-day pullback, like I think like 1.62% on NQ, and then like, I don't know, 0.6% on ES to 1% maybe. So they just haven't meant anything. And breaking a 3-day range to the upside into some of these key extensions is definitely very much in favor of bulls until or unless we see the first breakout fail and then actually result in a downside break. So, certainly there's caution on rips here, but be constructive on dips until proven wrong. So NQ, once again, coming back in for a back test of that, prospective breakout. It kind of closed right there. So similarly, I mean, there is risk of coming all the way back down to yesterday's low if that breakout fails. Do I think that should be a base case? Absolutely not. Just like for ES. So I think 387 to 404 and just above, because we did have this set of singles here, not through the breakout level, but it still somewhat offers protection, I feel, for the breakout sitting kind of just below the breakout level. So those technically run 387 to 413. I think my weekly 387 to 404 works fine for that. But again, as of about 413, you would be looking for buyers to step in. And if they can reclaim this 469 to 483, I think they could be fine. I also would be looking for bids to potentially come in at this weekly 317, 341, and just below. Drilling into the 5, again, you see similar poor structure here from yesterday. So again, if we go on a structure repair mission and it just halts at those singles, I think that's fine. Similar to ES, you have to be a little bit careful initiating longs back below the breakout. It's again, you just have to keep in mind what could flip this bearish, right? So I mean, like if the dip keeps dipping and you keep buying and getting stopped and eating stops and eating stops, you're doing something wrong, right? But if buyers present and you get a strong reversal, you get long, that's fine. And then just manage your risk and feel a little bit more comfortable if and when we get that re-breakout. So just be mindful of the potential risks if we get a failed breakout, and then monitor for responsive buyers to step in. I do think, I mean, again, like until the breakout day or prospective breakout day, again, NQ is a little bit weaker, but until the breakout day is completely negated, I'm open to the prospect of buyers stepping in absolutely anywhere, even down to this 284, 296 range, just below the 317, 341. I think that would be like, okay, again, any longs back down here with a potential failed breakout on the table, I'm just a little bit more cautious with them, a little bit tighter stops, quicker profit takes, monitoring for continuation and trailing stops if it starts to roll back in my face. So safer longs above this 469 to 483 for sure. And then if it gets back in there, I would still be open to longs, just have to be a little bit more careful. And I'll shut up for a minute. I can do gold or crude or whatever. If anybody has any questions, answer them. I'll let you talk for
maybe
once.
As you were talking, Pharm, Tracy just dropped something in the chat. It was a comment from Israeli official. Israel's prepared for the possibility that it may need to act again, and oil moving a little bit on the back of that. And again, this is contrary to all of the, bromance hugfest coming out of China and all the positive news there, the Strait and Iran really not dominating the headlines, and then this coming out. So I just wonder if, and while you pull up crude, on a lighter note, Prody said, does Scotty B have enough margin to short crude and go long bonds and long equity at the same time? So combine those two, maybe.
Yeah, that is the question I posted on X this morning. That the 30-year, it's coming into a spot that I call Gandalf for fun, like you shall not pass. And yeah, it seems like, and of course, Scotty B is Gandalf. He doubles as Gandalf. He actually was the actor of the movie. You can't tell. You think it was Ian McKellen or whatever, but it was
He's
actually
cleaned
Scott
it up
Besson.
a little bit with
Yeah. So that's him. So I think I posted like in March, like, is this going to be Revenge of Balrog, or is Gandalf gonna hold this down? Now, you don't want to talk about upside extensions on the 30-year yield if it breaks at 5.2 or whatever it is. So that is absolutely the question. Does Scotty B have the margin to continue to short crude and long the bonds at the same time? So crude broadly did what we thought it might do. on Sunday night anyway. So it kind of got this base above 98.20, 97.69 and ran for this 102.69 spot, 103.69 spot. I know, once again, you guys think I'm joking with the 69. It's a meme. It's a meme futures instrument. It will print these numbers. That's why they're on there. If they're not on there on all my charts, but Crude's a meme, NQ's a meme. ES has been acting a little bit memey lately. But broadly just balanced and filling in some poor structure from last week. So, I mean, just like, look at this big ass inside week. I mean, it's going nowhere right now, right? Until or unless you get a firm base above these 102s, some time and volume, you could make a run for last week's high. I think if we're offering 97.69 time and volume back below there, I think we're finding rotations back down towards 93, 91.69. So it's not going anywhere right now. It's worth keeping an eye on. It hasn't mattered equities, of course, but that's where we're at. It looks like we ran out of time. So happy to answer any other questions if we got a minute, but yeah, it's not going anywhere.
Awesome stuff, Pharm. I think you gave us a good setup for the day, so we'll let you get to it. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Yeah, have a great one. I'm not even looking at the poll because I think everyone's bullish. We've been talking about that. And Pharm and Linda and everyone who've been on today sort of talking about the momentum versus some of the things you need to watch out for, which I think is a great setup. Data coming out, not too much market moving. The headlines out of China have been pretty benign so far, though Israel making some noise on headlines right now, slightly moving crude. So that's something we're going to continue to watch. All right, everybody, that's where we stand now. Let's get to it. Up next, we've Trade the Open. And Nick and Jack are with us for that. Hi, guys. How you doing today?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. We had Linda Raschke on earlier today, which everyone was super hyped about. So if you guys were busy trading and missed it, you'll have to re-rack it and take a look. But, she was kind of weighing in on this move in semis and NQ and saying it was real, but now we're going to have some back and forth while we settle to find where the real price is. Are you guys feeling super bullish going into the day? Are you looking at NQ? Jack, I know you trade everything. What are you watching?
Right now on my scan, the most bullish market is the Dow. So I'm actually going to be focused YM here this morning. I got some limits below us in that. Of course, I'm bullish the market. I don't know how you'd be bearish. I think you need to get your eyes and your brain checked if you are. Doesn't mean it can't be a two-sided tape, but, we've rallied into the close. We've rallied here overnight. The path of least resistance continues to be to the upside. And the Dow was a little bit lagging yesterday. It looks like it's picked up into the close both yesterday and then again in the overnight session. So I'm always trying to find the market that's trending the best. And sometimes I do a good job of it. Sometimes I don't. But this morning, my pick is the YM for the continuation strength. And so I got some of my orders focused there. I do think oil broke down out of some resistance and kind of changed trend, maybe temporarily. So I do have a limit to go short above that. And also silver rolling over here too today, which has been really the leader of the metals along with copper. So wondering if we can get a deeper pullback there. So that's going to be my focus so far for this morning. That'll change if the markets change with it. I'll change with the markets. And that's what I got.
Yeah, Nick, Linda was talking about sort of rotation, starting to see some other areas pick up. To your point, Jack, on the Dow. But Pharm is sort of wondering if the NASDAQ seems weak at the beginning and then comes roaring back, which tends to do. How are you feeling about the day, Nick?
Yeah, I'm kind of in that camp. I would love to potentially get, at the very least, a chance to buy kind of down to the 420s-ish, if not even lower. Ideally, back towards like the 340s, 350s to potentially get long, kind of near the highs of like lunchtime yesterday, before we had that next little leg up into the 500. So I would love a pullback. That's been what's been working. You have to kind of wait and let the market settle in. I mean, we saw a little bit of weakness again yesterday off the open, and it was immediately bought and sent to another new all-time high. So I don't know how you can be too bearish outside of just looking for spots on this weekly structure to potentially start layering back into longs. I'm still kind of waiting and hoping maybe we eventually get a pullback back inside of, let's say, 28,000, which is crazy because that was kind of like last week's range. And here we are just starting to inch our way up to probably what we're going to going to eventually hit, which is 30K, because why not? So I would love to be on that train, because I think before any sort of substantial pullback at this point, even on like a week by week structure, we probably are going to go to 30K before we do that.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it does feel like a high speed train. That's for sure. I'm going to let you guys get to it. But the other thing that's bullish is I know you guys are going to do the Wheel of Futures again today, too. So I'll let you explain. But you got your benchmarks. People in the chat, get ready, because there's some swag and stuff to win. So have fun, guys. Good luck today.
Thanks, you.
Maggie. Yes, chat. If you haven't been paying attention and haven't been hanging out with us all week, we are spinning a magical Wheel of Futures which has a number of different swag-related NinjaTrader items in the rotation to potentially win. You could win a 1 ounce silver coin, some hats, swag, some stickers, a bunch of other things. And we're going to be giving these away for certain milestones throughout today's session. The first one is we need to hit 400 likes. So there are well over 400 of you already in the chat. So if you haven't already done your job in hitting the thumbs up button, we can potentially get our first spin going before we even hit the RTH bell. And then we'll do more as we hit other milestones throughout the day. So if you would like to potentially be in the running for one of these lovely pieces of swag, make sure you've entered via that link that was just posted in the chat. Also, good morning, chat.
Is that Deli Corner? Is that like, do we get a sticker of Deli? I wasn't sure.
Yes, if you, Jack, you weren't at the original on-air contributor meetup that we did in Naples, but yes, there is a swag sticker pack, and one of them has just a picture of Deli's face. So that can be permanently on your workspace somewhere, or on your laptop, whatever you need.
I need it on my coffee mug, just so anytime I'm having a bad day, I just look at Deli's face and I just remember how God is good and how life can be great if you're
absolutely
Crudele. But yeah, it's going to be interesting here. How quick I want to see the 1,300 viewers. I have yet to see. I've been on a couple streams have been given away. I don't think most of them have been the afternoon. We haven't peaked the top of the stream list. I don't know how I can do to promote that. Maybe we got to bring back the Bucky suit, but I think that was the peak concurrent viewership I've ever seen at Ninja was those times. But
yeah, we definitely have had some fun milestones. But yeah, with the dog days of summer looming, I mean, God only knows what we're going to have to do to jumpstart some excitement into this market if we hit those summer doldrums here in the near term. Hopefully not quite yet.
Yeah, I would say, you know what? So far going into summer ain't looking like no doldrums. I mean, if we do start consolidating after this move, that'll be quite boring. So I don't want to hear any complaints when we start moving sideways from the same people who were complaining that we were going up. So you only get to, like, if you hate one type of price action, sure, you can hate that one type of price action, but you can't hate every type of price action.
Yeah. It's like if you, I mean, trust me, because when I start cleaning up, when we have a VIX usually above 20, I'm very happy. But there's nothing wrong with a very smooth brain type market like this, which I think every week Jack and I keep talking about, which is just you got to just find a level or spot just a tad lower to try to limit in and get long, and you can be proved that you're wrong very quickly. But I mean, if you've been doing that for the last month and a half, you've made a killing. So, and that's the market a lot of the time.
Totally. I mean, I remember our conversation from Tuesday. We were on the second part of the day, and how hard it was to really get in that short. But then I was like, well, if we keep going further, the trade is no longer going to be the continuation short. It's going to be the flip long. There's only, so much you can look for that continuation short. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, the continuation short isn't going to work just when you think you can get in it because it's at the bottom of the range. We're down 500 points and your limit short is finally getting filled. It's not going to work. And that's, I think, one of the trickiest things. You really got to be aware of that. So I ended up, we were trying to short on the way down on Tuesday, and I just wasn't getting filled. I wasn't aggressive enough with the sell. And then I actually ended up out of that low. I ended up finally getting a long just after like 110. And I didn't ride it as long as I could have because I just wanted to go lay down. Honestly, I had traded late into the night. But yeah, ever since that reversal, I think one of the key things to remember is you can let the sell-off happen, but when that turn happens, you want to get long and hold it as much as possible. And that was a really good example, both out of the lows of Tuesday and into the continuation that we had on Wednesday. Just, buy that pullback. But now that we're up at highs, I mean, we are leaking through overnight lows here in the NQ. My ideal long level in the NQ is a little bit further of a pullback. I'd love to see us get back to yesterday's midpoint, which is 29,312s. That's going to be ideal for me. Otherwise, I'm just going to be focused on looking for the potential rotation into the YM, which you are seeing here in the overnight session on a percentage change basis. The YM is up, 0.8%, 0.86%, and the Dow is, or sorry, the Nasdaq is down. So that's something we haven't seen in a while.
Right.
So got my limit order just below us. There's two different spots. I'll try the YM. That first limit order I got there at 50.16, 51.16. It's going to be a little at the more aggressive level, and then I'll have another one if that ends up not playing out. So that's my plan. So I have not seen Mondays with you and Tanya. Unfortunately, I'm trading, so I and focusing on my own things most of the time that I don't get to watch too much. I hate to say it, but I tune in now and then if I need some chatter. Next Monday, me and you. Next Monday, the markets close, I think, right?
Not Labor Day. Memorial Day. Yes. That's in 2 weeks, but yes, we will be closed on that Monday. But then I think don't we have the Arena Cup qualifier the next day?
Yes.
I believe. So we get to jump right back into the fun. No, but I did just realize that too. So I moved the Sunday show to Monday night instead on that holiday weekend. We'll see if we actually end up doing it, because I might want to be doing better things on Memorial Day. Enjoying the last bit of not 100-degree weather here, probably in Texas.
Okay, Salma, when you said next Monday, me and you, I wasn't sure because I haven't checked my email, and I just checked my email. Next Monday is me and you. So, oh my gosh, I'm working a Friday too. Interesting. Cool.
Yes, they have confirmed. Qualifier number 2 is the day after Memorial Day. So doesn't work. This is fun. So sometimes it doesn't feel like work. Sometimes it does. Just depends on what the market's doing to us. Sometimes it just feels like I'm hanging out with my friends, though. It's always a good thing.
Very science. Wow. Jack, when you set your limit orders, how do you choose your stop loss? I'll show you how I choose my stop loss. There's this little yellow box at the top of my screen. Some of it is covered by my name, so you can't exactly see it. But like SI, let me turn this to like so SI, I mean, any market I put in here. So let's put ES. Okay, so ES, my stop, if I'm looking at a 5-minute chart, is going to be that size, 5 points, automatically. So it's going to be whatever that number is at the top of my screen, that's what my stop's going to be. And that is the average shoe range multiplied by 150% of whatever time frame. Now, let's say if I go to a 10-minute time frame, that 10-minute ATR is going to be a little bigger. And if I go to a 30-minute time frame, that 30-minute time frame is going to be a little bigger. So my stop is actually automatically based on the ATRs. And that's how I choose my stop. Let's see here. 29,312s. Let's see if we can get that in the NQ. Best job ever. Yeah, I would say outside of like selling coconuts on the beach and not caring about money. I mean, if you care about making money, I think trading is the best job ever. But like, if you just want to like live a chill life and like money didn't matter, I'd probably just like sell coconuts on the beach and like chill. Just surf or something. But it's a pretty good job considering you can work from home from anywhere you want. You are the determiner of your future. But let's not pretend this is an easy job. Ain't an easy job.
Hardest
I'm
easy job you'll ever have.
Yeah. The hardest way to make easy money is a quote I've heard before that I like. But I'm looking for longs in the YM. It takes a lot for me to want to short the indexes. I was getting short them overnight into Tuesday, but unless my little handy dandy market analyzer tells me to do that, I don't pretend I'm smarter than it. Right now, the only NASDAQ is printing a bearish trend on my analyzer. Wait, I forgot that part of the screen doesn't show, but I'll swing it over. But NQ, and you can see on the price action, unless I'm getting one of these here, actually, I'll just move it back over while you guys have me full screen. But unless I'm getting one of these notifications in at least 3 of the indexes, I'm not interested in trying to trade them to the short side. I just not while we're doing what we're doing, not while we're ripping a new. I mean, if we have a weekly close negative, I'll kind of change that. But as long as we're as bullish as we are, if we're bullish, right, which we are, I'm going to just default to this analyzer, and this defaulting to my analyzer is telling me that YM is the strongest. Doesn't mean there isn't other long setups in other markets, but I'm just using things I've built to tell me what markets to trade, and then just going ahead and doing them because it's kind of irrelevant. But that's why I'm looking long the YM, not looking for shorts, just not the trade to go to for me. It's does not, even if you were right about the short on, Tuesday, there was more money to be made on the long, right? So all we did was go down to go up. The move from Monday's high to Tuesday's low was not as big as Tuesday's low to Wednesday's high. So as long as that continues, like pullbacks just lead to bigger moves higher. So don't make it hard on yourself. Yeah,
I really do want to see
Go ahead.
where we push low. If we push a little bit lower here in NQ, yes, it's still holding up pretty well as far as majority of the overnight. Still kind of keeping that trend move a touch higher. What is the spread today? 20 points, maybe?
What spread are you referring to?
Sorry, SPX spread.
Oh, don't know.
Someone knows at the top of their head. Feel free to throw it in the chat because I can't do math yet. My brain is not on that well.
Too early. Okay, let me like the stream.
Yeah. I have not liked the stream. I should probably do that.
Good morning, Heats. Are you on a heater, Heats? I'm a little tempted to get a place in order at 43.5 in the ES too. So there we go. Coffee starting to work. Anybody here drink that mushroom coffee, like Rise? You ever had that, Nick?
No, it doesn't appeal to me.
No.
Does not appeal to me. I'm good with
just black coffee.
Black coffee. Give me the bitter and stronger the better. I've tried to detox my body from caffeine. I always get through like the migraines, and like I've just never made it the 30 days to like let my body and brain reset to not depend on it. The withdrawal is just too much. I also just enjoy it.
What'd you say?
Exactly. I enjoy like a nice, cup of black coffee, espresso, like amino acid caffeine that I do like as a pre-workout. Like I kind of need it. Like I'd have to completely detox my body from so many things, I feel like, to really do it. Just
How
hasn't.
many cups do you drink a day?
Probably 2 in the morning, which is not terrible, but I mean, I one my pre-workout and then usually another cup of coffee or something else that has caffeine in it.
If I have pre-workout past 3 o'clock, like I'm not sleeping until like 12.
But this is to jumpstart me at 5 a.m.
Oh, this is a trade. You just take pre-workout to hit the desk. I get it.
Just a trade. Just do a little NO explode before I even get to the desk.
Dude, back when they used to have jacked.
The old jacked. Dude, you can Jim Bro age yourself by talking about the old jacked, which would be like me in high school.
It's too bad it's illegal now. That's how it works.
You used to be able to go in GNC and just get things that should not have been sold to 18-year-olds. That is
what
sure.
was in there that was like illegal?
Some aspect of amphetamines. Like there's no question. Like
here's some meth, kids.
Basically, yeah. And I mean, it was basically, the old stuff was crazy. And you just like walk into a GNC and like they wouldn't let you leave without taking some, like just having those.
Oh my goodness.
So bad.
That is such an aged Jim Bro thing.
Well, it just like
to
everybody
watch supplements go illegal. You're like, I took that for 2 years.
Every high school football player in the mid 2000s knows exactly what that was like.
There you go. Mr. Monopoly following up with exactly what you just said. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I love that the chat continues to let me think that a good amount of us on the show are just unk status with being mid 30s, early.
I would love to know what our average age is or the mean age of this chat.
I feel like we tried to do this.
It'd be like, I mean, I know you can get like a range, like it's probably our age, right? Like that's the range, but it's definitely I don't know. I don't feel like it's too young.
Yeah, I would imagine the average age is probably like, I feel like we're pushing that demographic well.
It's neither paid nor free because it's currently not available. I'm sorry. I will make it available and it will. I'm gonna do one for free and one paid. The free one I'm gonna give is the risk one, the ATR one, just because I think everybody to be able to help you guys size your risk based on the average range. I'm gonna give that out for free, but these custom indicators I have at the bottom will not be. But I am just finishing something. I have so many coding projects that I'm working on simultaneously. It really takes a long time to get these things done. This is done. I just need it on Ninja, but then I got to build a page and a way to distribute it. It's quite the process. But it's neither now free or paid, but it will both be free and paid in the future. And my process is basically, so if you look left on this chart, and if I could get a full screen real quick, let's look at two different orders I have here. One is a limit order short CL right now. And you can see this oscillator, this white line is at the bottom. There's a 0 line, and then you have the -5 is the furthest it can go down, +5 is the furthest it can go up. And you can see this oscillator is just hanging out below the 0 line. And then you have the YM, and this oscillator is just float. This oscillator is just floating higher. And this kind of helps me determine a bias. And then I look for an entry. So this market analyzer is a scan of a few different things. Basically, it's a trend bias scan. And then there's two different signals that I look for that are just, one's a 1-bar signal. The other is a 2-bar signal. It means it takes 2 different bars on 2 separate time frames to trigger. And what I look for is any market that can align on all 3 of them. And then I begin just simply waiting for an entry. So in this case, if you look at, we'll see how it was, it's 2 of the 3. So it's 2 of the 3, and then the oscillator is below 0. So I'll be looking for a short. And then the YM, if you look at all of the indexes, which are here, here, and here, it's kind of a mixed bag between them all, but the YM is a bullish bias with a bull bar and an ATR bull bar. So my 3 signals are bullish, and that's why I'm focusing on the YM. So that's all part of my process and how I use these indicators. And if you simply, feel free to pull up one of these charts and just take a look at like one of the like 6S, it's reading me is bearish on all 3 time frames. The 6A is bearish on all 3 of my signals. Pull up those charts. I haven't pulled them up this morning, but I'm sure if you take a look at them, you'll get the gist of it, that it is trending lower. And then anything, we only have one market right here that's 3 of the signals bullish, but the Russell it's 2 of the 3. And then the ES is 1 of the 3. So that's kind of how I use it. Who here has been trading for longer than 20 years? How about that?
Nope.
I mean, that's not me.
Not me.
Jim. 20 years is a long time. Do an anonymous poll. I think all of our polls are anonymous. I'll be all my dad's age. I'm just reading back in this chat now. Adrenochrome treatments. That's hilarious. Where does one source adrenochrome? Hopefully not scared children.
Where's the chat? There's the chat. Could not find the YouTube page.
Top Archer. I am not from Marietta, but I did live there when I was a kid. Do I know you from my early childhood?
Nick, what's a good volume for MNQ? If you're talking about volume candles, I want to say, like, I don't do it because I just trade normal NQ. And even when I do, like, I just have it cross execute on MNQ when I want to trade micros. I don't chart the micros, but I think Leo does like 1500 or 2000 volume when he does it. So that might be a better person to ask, but I want to say that's the number. You need more, obviously, because a lot more are transacting, but I use 500 volume on NQ.
Yeah, I was thinking I was like 4 years old to like 7 in Marietta, so can't tell you much about the place. Although I don't remember what street I lived on. I can tell you what grade school I went to, but I don't think any of y'all went to grade school with me. Oh, got about 3 minutes here to the open. NQ below the previous day high. Geez, a lot of people from Marietta. Who would have thunk?
That in Illinois?
It's in Georgia.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep.
Shows how much I know U.S. geography.
Well, I mean, that's one of those things you're not expected to know. Not required for the gig.
So I don't know how and why I would know that. Just off the top of my head.
I honestly don't even know how big of a town it is, but it must be bigger than I would have remembered.
Apparently, yeah. It's not exactly a small town. It's just a hot topic.
Few people in here. No, my parents did not work for medical. I don't know. My mom was a nurse. Maybe she did, but I don't think she worked at that time. Maybe that's where I got my influence to want to learn how to trade. I have some early childhood memory of that I don't actually remember subconsciously of meeting some traders in Marietta then, Jim. Guess that's what they all go, huh? You know, my dad was in sales. My dad knows nothing about the markets. I think that's a question. I don't know if you get that a lot, Nick. Like, how'd you get into trading? Did your dad trade? No.
Yeah, I do get that question at all. I'm like, no, dude, I think people forget, like, I'm a technical business development guy. Like, I've been doing sales and consulting for like my entire career. I just always had a random passion for making side income via trading and options and stuff. And it became the way I made cash to settle my life between getting laid off and eventually something just kind of clicked. So here we are. But yeah, that's my story. I've never been like an active, true trading market guy. It was always like, oh, I think I figured this out well enough to make a few $100s, a couple $1,000s, whatever a month as supplemental income with my traditional job. Because when you have disposable income and you're single and you do these things and you're traveling, you're just kind of trading a little bit casually, and then everything else was always long-term holds was always what I had historically done. I did not start day trading until basically COVID, which I think a lot of people did.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's see if we get a push down here since we are open. I want to see kind of down at least to the 420 guy, see if he exists at the 29,000s, because of course he exists every 1,000 points. If not, a little bit lower down to last week's highs would be wonderful.
Did. It's kind of alert for NVIDIA above 229. I love when I get stock alerts on my phone because I never set them. So I know there's a big move.
Yeah, didn't Jensen just go to China with Trump? Sounds bullish.
That would make sense. That would make sense. Got the red carpet treatment.
Have I made my own indicators with Claude? I've been experimenting. Actually surprised how good they are working. I'm kind of in process of doing a few things. I'm trying to take a little bit out of Jack's handbook for myself to just pay attention to new markets. So I'm building something that's for me, basically just a simple dashboard, but just gets me to put my eyeballs at things like silver or copper or whatever. The currency, just something that's moving, that's breaking out of a volume structure, consolidation I'm testing and doing a few things like that just to get me to potentially trade something else that may be trending in an easier, just smooth brain, hey, just go with momentum type trades. So I'm building that right now, but outside of that, I have not done a ton of stuff with trading in Claude. It's all just been me kind of building my own little like home base dashboard that's pulling data from charts and options and stuff. But yeah, I'm just trying to be able to trade more markets. Because if I can throw on some micros and something that's in trend, breaking out, breaking down, and just capture some points without really having to think too much about it, because I'm basing my entries on volume structure and momentum conditions, then I think that's the easiest way that I could start to learn and watch other markets without literally staring at the charts every day.
Good morning. Good morning. All right, 3 points away from my YM entry so far. My limit, I know it's off the screen, but it's 501.29. I know you're all placing orders ahead of that, so I'm not getting filled. No, I'm just kidding. But came to 33, 32s on the low there.
Yes, had a nice little push. Oh, wrong chart.
So definitely got some time. Really just an immediate bid again here.
I know, right?
I don't have, oh, there we go.
Any reaction, I guess, up here. Towards the 560s be the next spot. I'm kind of watching to see if there's any sellers present. If not, just send it higher, because why not? Do I plan on going auto trading rather than manual trading? No, I think we're a ways away from decision-making criteria automating with some of these AI models. I don't think it's good for compiling and fetching data. It's very good at making life easier for stuff like that. Making execution decisions in real time based on a bunch of inputs, I feel like is a recipe for disaster currently, because there's too much ambiguity with the models today. They almost like try to overthink, if that makes any sense. I feel like alerting me and then having a human intervention is a more profitable strategy currently. I think once you start creating too many inputs, and it's not going to work for me. I don't really have any interest, I guess, in automating my strategies, is the long-winded answer there. ES trying to push a little lower here. See if NQ wants to follow.
There's no continuation right now in this YM, so that is not following through whatsoever. Just a hammered sell here off the open.
If this holds. Not, I'm cooked.
Mm-hmm. $47 more likes for the Wheel of Futures.
That is true. And there are well over 1,100 of you. Oh, okay. That was mean.
Yeah, there we go.
And there it goes. All right, push. Oh, yeah, ES really did bounce right there. This might be a trade I have to take twice if we do actually offer here. ES looks strong now, though. Nope, it's gone. It's going to push up. Now I can answer someone's question, because let's stop that there. Nick, question for you, please. Have you found any approaches with Claude and pattern recognition? I'm struggling to find ways to explain through prompt on how to quantify pattern recognition into code. I don't, to be honest. Like that's something I haven't really played around with. As I said, good for. I mean, I have all sorts of problems and issues with these models just spinning in circles on things. So you need to keep things simple. You need to know what some are better at than others, and you need to play them off each other, and you need to have explicit instructions about what you're looking at, and also not try to build the entire project in one shot at it, because you're just going to be in a recipe for disaster. It's also good. You have to, I mean, I could do a whole damn write up and things, but there's so much information out there from people smarter than me, but you need to start building repositories of information and files and guidance and memories and skills so that it has stuff to go off of. Like my files, my markdowns, my memory, like I have custom skills, custom, slash commands, use scratch pads to have it be up to speed from a fresh state on projects. Like I clear context constantly and then kind of give it shorter context to kind of keep going. So there's a ton of best practices that you could start doing to try to bridge that gap. Oh, we did it. We have over 400 likes. They really just didn't want to give me 420s to get long. They had to do it about 40 points too early. But make sure you have entered via the link in the chat. Oh wait, we just did the winner. Never mind, you're too late to enter for this round. We have a winner, and it's Retic 30. Retic 30, whatever it is. You have 1 minute to prove you are still here in the chat. If not, we will move on to the next person. There they are. Congratulations. We are going to spin the magical wheel of futures. And your prize is a hat. One of the in my opinion,
Wheel of Futures.
Best prizes in there outside of the silver coin, because the hat, that's the Bucky's hat. I don't know where the hat is. It's not on my desk currently, but it used to be here.
Somewhere. It's a great hat.
You get a hat almost as good as this one. No, I'm kidding. I actually love that hat. I do wear it like every other day, I feel like. It's a good quality like snapback. I'm very particular about them, and I love the choice that the team made, because some snapbacks are not great. Not snapbacks. Whatever the hat design is.
Velcro.
I know, but what are they called? I can't think of like the Velcro trucker hat that it is. Whatever you want to call it. I don't know. It's comfortable.
It's a sombrero. A ninja sombrero. That'd be hilarious. Next, we're actually going to be giving away ninja Halloween costumes towards October. That'd be hilarious. Win a ninja Halloween costume.
As we said, one of these days we're just going to auction off Nick's Game Worn Bucky's onesie. I'm going to autograph it and everything.
I think you have to wear it a few more times to make sure it really smells like you. It really smells like a nice day of trading.
Yeah, we'll do it in the summer when it's hot. And this room is just an oven from all of the GPUs firing. We will be giving away or doing the next spin when we hit either 1,300 live concurrent viewers here on today's show, or 20 retweets of the post that was just posted in said chat. Which I guess I'll go do my part and reshare to help you guys out.
20 retweets again?
20 retweets.
Easy peasy. Gold's getting hammered.
It's gonna be another day where you really didn't get a dip to buy, and you have to buy the old all-time high and just send it. Yes, apparently that is what we're doing. Buy yesterday's high and just worry about it later. How many retweets do we need for the next winner? We are 6 retweets away since I have done my part. But come hang out with us. If you are somewhere out there in the Twitter sphere and you're not watching this stream, you should be. At this point, I mean, where do I get long? I have to wait for a pullback to 560s?
I think the key is just as soon as the first bar turns green on the day in the NASDAQ, you just market order.
Yeah, just close your eyes and press the button and worry.
It's about all you can. As soon as that, okay, what was it? I guess it was the 930 bar is green. You just buy it. And then it's just one of those. Buy it, close your eyes. See.
All right, here we go, everybody. Get your party hats out because we're going to make a new all-time high, I'm sure. Here it comes. Just straight. Thank you. Just going parabolic here for 40 points in 10 seconds for no reason. I love this. At this point, take out the overnight high. Let's make a new all-time high. We'll have production hit the confetti because why not? Just continuing to push higher, up 3% now on the day. Oh, and now they want to sell it? Really? We're going to not take out the overnight high? ES did. There was a plethora of tweets talking about this is actually 1999 of the bubble, and I was like, "Oh, okay, great. Thank you for the information."
I mean, I don't know. I wasn't around.
Neither was I.
Trading. Yeah, definitely wasn't trading in 99, but I don't know what those multiples were. But I do know that market was crazier than this. Hard to believe.
I think they were talking or trying to make the comparison to all of the potential AI hype startups that may IPO in the next couple years. That could just continue to push the leverage even higher. So, sure, why not? I mean, I think we will hit 30K before the end of the week. Because as I've been saying, I feel like for a month talking about this move in my like pre-market stuff too, is just I keep using the phrase just like why not? Like what's going to stop this? There's no reason it won't continue. Nothing has changed.
Nothing. Yeah. I mean, yeah, last year we rallied 50% from the April low, so I'm just wondering if that's what we do again. Like what is that number? What's a 50% increase off the lows of this year? I don't know what that is. I haven't done the math yet, but
yeah, seriously.
I mean,
every time I feel like we V out of something, like at an insane angle of trajectory based on the time frame, it just the market in the following year apparently just does a hold my beer to that because COVID looked insane, but then you look at the Liberation Day to good time to buy day, it's one thing, and then you see this correction which was driven on I guess AI multiples, a war, and something else at this point.
Yeah.
Rates will be an issue eventually. I know, but then you look at the divergence there, and that's like the most crazy one I've ever seen. And we always talk about, the bond traders being ahead of equities and stuff, but they've been, I guess, apparently ahead for a while, and it hasn't stopped it. We got two hot inflation prints that I'm sure that's going to continue. The market doesn't care.
Mark does not care. Does not care.
I just want us to, can we take out the overnight high? Like
It
I
cared
can't
for
do
about
anything.
10 minutes yesterday, and then it stopped caring.
It did. And it cared for about 5 minutes on Tuesday in the pre-market, or off the open, excuse me. And then that was just bought, whatever, Jack, we were on. It was like we were looking for 8 something and 760s, and we got a little bit lower than that, I think. And then we just V'd. And here we are, new all-time high. Here we go. Everybody get your party hats ready. New all-time high on deck.
Oh man, I said before yesterday, my higher time frame upside target is 29,000 in the NQ, and I think that's where we're going. But
Nick first said, you say good morning to Jack, but you don't say good morning to me.
yeah, come
what
on,
is this?
I can't acknowledge you if you're not going to talk to Nick. Let's be honest.
Like,
here.
what are we doing here? You can't make a meme about this and make an avatar to go with the inside meta joke that we have on stream now. Without acknowledging me. That's just rude. All right, let's push. Here we go.
I'm looking at a 1 minute chart of the NASDAQ. And
it's ridiculous.
It's just like insane. 931, 45 points immediately in the first 1 minute candle, 32, 36, 23, 30, 20, 35, 22, 20. Just like, what is going on? Oh, great.
Oh, really? You really just, you make us 8 points away from a new all-time high and then you start selling it?
Russell came into its full 50% retracement from Wednesday's low to the overnight high right around here at 2846.7. So definitely want to see that base. But man, this Russell and this YM, I don't know. Thought maybe we'd get some continuation based on that overnight move. But if we can't hold this low here that we just put in the morning, then I think the YM probably going to fill the gap. But if we hold this low in the YM, I'm expecting us to break out to a new high of the day up into 50,400 level, I should say. So
yes, the NASDAQ is in fact trying to trigger me by coming within less than 10 points of a new all-time high and taking out the overnight high. It's incredibly triggering to me. And someone else asked, do I use a 30-second chart? No, this is a 500 volume chart, which is closer to like between a 1 minute and a 5 minute. Okay. Just illiquid tape bombs coming in. Yes, just dumps 7 points in a second. Fun. The book is a little light over here on ES. It's like 30s and 40s.
On both sides.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty light.
Yeah, I didn't even look. Our vol is not terrible so far. Like, it's in the 80s, but that's pretty thin.
Let's see.
I don't think I'm complaining. I think I am acknowledging the fact that we came that close to taking out a piece of market structure, and it's frustrating that we didn't. Because I'm kind of waiting to see it before I potentially do anything else. Like, I have to wait. You have to wait for a pullback, or we have to make a new all-time high and make another pullback before I really want to get long. Not saying complaining. What else is on the docket today? We just got a bunch of Fed speakers. We got business inventories here at 9. And then just, yeah, a bunch of
9
Fed.
9 Central.
Yeah, in 7 minutes.
I did see something along the lines of some of the oil, like synthetic oil for your car companies, were telling Costco they have no products to deliver. It's going to be interesting to see.
Nick, are there hotkeys for quantity of contracts? I had always historically just done like +1, -1 as a hotkey so that I can adjust the order size. But usually when I'm scaling in, I just keep it at ones and I'll just kind of build into a position around a couple, 10, 15 points if I'm in NQ. Yes, I tend to be more all in, all out, trying to work on that. But NQ, I'll scale probably within a 10-point range sometimes. If I'm trading, my usual size would be between 2 and 5 lots. Here we go. Let's see if ES wants to hold 92s. Got an ugly looking little volume node that started to build here. Someone else was asking me a question. Hey, Nick, I use 30-second chart on the volume profile, no level 2, and have found a way to pretty much find my trades off of that. I'm sorry, is that I guess I'm trying to see. Did you ask me a question?
There's a question in there. You just got to guess what it is.
Should I jump into more depth? I think as you continue to get more comfortable with trading, you should be utilizing level 2 data. Just so, I guess it depends on your strategy. If you're looking at volume, if you're trading based on volume profile and stuff, yes, I would say what is on the depth of market and the full book, it just will help you kind of continue to see and kind of put 2 and 2 together as you're looking at volume structure. Because you'll be starting to see kind of what fills at certain price points, how that equates to what the volume profile starts to build and look like. So yeah, as you get more comfortable, and I mean, come on, guys, I feel like when we were talking about the DOM and stuff, and people were asking if they can use it with level 1 data, and if you probably talk to Leo or Pax, like they're ready to just pull their hair out because that doesn't really make any sense because you can't actually see the full depth, and the DOM kind of loses its luster there. Like it doesn't exactly give you the same picture. So, and it's like $40 for full depth for the full CME suite. Like it's one trade with one micro with a decent setup, and you've paid for the data every month. So I would say, yeah, if you're continuing to take this seriously as a trader and you're trying to, make real money doing this, you should probably be focusing on looking at level 2. If you trade based on volume and order flow and stuff like that. If it's not a part of your strategy, then if you don't trade off a DOM and you just kind of market in, market out, then you probably don't need it. Depends on your strategy though. Also though, if you've also like ever seen my DOM, which is a more simplistic version than probably what you've seen Stowe and XY use, that's a good medium for me, just because I sometimes feel like it's too much stimulation with everything that's possibly going on there. So I simplified it to what works better for my brain and how I can process information and data. No, I guess ES did. I mean, did we really just, we sold off on a. Sometimes I really hate when the indices just make a move off of like a big round number like that. It's just sometimes that simple. ES kind of sells off 7,500 and calls it a day. Let's see if this continues though.
Failing to get through those highs, though.
Yeah.
Trying to determine.
Like you couldn't take out this? We couldn't push up above 700s to give me a chance to jump into this? No. Why would we do that?
Oh, we need to definitely stay above that open. If we start losing that open at any point today here in the NQ, I'd be looking for some deeper pullbacks. Still would think we're going higher, but if we lose the open, I think we can get it down to 29,307s here. But my anticipated next support level is going to be this 533. And then here we go. We need to hold this right here. This 533.
It's not, I don't have an ES chart like ready to go here. I can get one, but if you look at the volume, like the volume profile for RTH on ES, like there's a nice little node and the point of control was up here on ES. And once we kind of lost that, we just continued to kind of, it's almost like a P-shaped profile was building for the session so far. And we just lost that point of control up there. So that was interesting.
Yeah.
Tracy says, business inventories in line.
In line. Must be bearish. Just kidding.
It could be bearish, but that would equate to it actually meaning it's bullish, which means the market is bullish because any data release, it doesn't matter. It's bullish. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
That is some great analysis there, Nick.
It's sad that I know Pharm likes to make that joke. It's like this happens, bullish. That happens, also bullish. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. It's just ridiculous. Hope this helps.
Russell bidding actually off that. Came out of that 46, trading 56 is 46, as I mentioned, was a full 50% retracement long from prior day low to high. And basically overnight lows, we had like a 1 or 2 tick sweep of the overnight low and the RTY. Just enough to take anybody out who's using the low of the day as their stop. And then move it right back up. Gold kind of did the same thing, swept the low of the overnight session and then just immediately turned around.
Yeah, back to 560s.
Yeah, I mean, I never typically use lows or highs as stops, and you gotta. That's just very common that we take those out. I mean, if there's any point when the market is manipulated, it's at those levels, and by that I mean, if the book is, 30 by 30 or whatever, and they see 200 below the low and it's only 5 ticks below, you can guarantee they're gonna go down and grab that 200 if it's 30 by 30 and then just take it higher.
Right.
That's about the only time where I do suspect that there is some things. If we're that close to the low and there's that many stops and the liquidity is thin, they'll simply just grab those stops. But I mean, if your stop is way below, the market causes the most pain to the most people is realistically just what it does, and then it goes. So you got to think about sometimes where people really hurt, take those trades. I do run that in my analysis sometimes. With how many people are screwed if we get here?
Mm-hmm. What's the advantage of using 500 volume candles versus, say, a 5-minute? There's no advantage or disadvantage to doing what I do. I like it's a personal preference. Like I like 500 volume because I have my candles designed to paint by the delta threshold of 500 volumes, and an extreme on each one like shades it, red or blue or a lighter shade of blue when it's like a really one-sided extreme as far as positive or negative delta. So for me, just having a fixed volume based on that delta, it's just easier for me to read it in real time. But this is my execution chart. You guys don't see all my other charts. Like I have a 1 hour, I have a 5 minute, I have a 4 hour. So, but as far as how I execute, it's more right here, right now, based on order flow. So I take all of that in the same kind of context before making a decision, which is why if you've heard me write or you've read any of my like pre-market write-ups and stuff, or you looked at the course, like I talk about this, it's confluence on multiple time frames and then watching the order flow in real time as we approach one of those market generated information type levels. And that could be a volume based level, it could be a fib based level, it could be a variety of different things. But that's kind of what's important to me. So just having the delta is like that added more real time confluence layer to like help me make decision right here, right now. And that's kind of why like you see me and some of the other guys run like a 10-point stop on NQ with some size, because you're kind of watching a single buyer or seller on the tape in real time. One of these days, I'm going to trade the YM. Yeah. I've been saying it for 2 years.
You want to get along with me? Buy an MYM. Buy one MYM.
I'm really upset that I didn't just buy a pushback to 50,000 just for the Dow as a 50,000 meme. That's what we should be talking about. Like
Russell's made a nice run out of this low here. It's made almost coming on a 15-point run out of this most recent low. YM has spent the 25 minutes sideways. I do think this low should hold if the rest of these markets are going to continue to drift higher. And once this YM turns, I think it's going to my targets, which are new highs. So we'll hope. We'll see. We'll cross our fingers and let the market do its thing. I did have some limits that just couldn't get deep enough. We came right off of that 29,533 in the NQ. I could have bought that, but I'm just kind of focused on this YM trade right now. I want to get it some room before I start swinging in some other things.
If ES offers here again, I mean, it bounced so cleanly off that 86.
Yep. I don't know, 74.75 half is my ES level that I will eventually trade. I can definitely see us sweeping some lows here later in the day and then moving back up, just kind of stick it to the consolidation. We've been in like a megaphone-ish type pattern all night in the ES, just kind of like a broadening formation. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a sweep lower before moving higher was still the bullish thesis. But yeah, not that it's going to happen here on the stream, guys, but 74.75 half at this point in time is going to be something I'll look for in the ES. Why do I prefer a YM over ES? You probably haven't been watching me long enough. I don't have a preference.
Jack literally trades.
I just do what I think's gonna work. Sometimes I'm wrong, sometimes I'm right. This morning the YM was more bullish. That was not the case once we opened. But that was just what I was. I mean, that the overnight and the intraday session are obviously completely different. I will probably trade the ES before the day is over. I just didn't trade it this morning. I had a limit. It just was lower than what we traded, so it never happened.
Yes, offered on the overnight high again.
Trade it, don't date it.
Does my DOM get stuck every time there's a tape bomb? I mean, every once in a while when there's a ton of volume or like I can feel my computer like humming a bit, like as it's processing whatever, a bunch of data that's coming in from Ninja. Like there might be a little bit of latency where it just kind of lags for a hot second, but that's just your computer trying to process all the orders via the internet. So it happens every once in a while. Like it may pause for a second or two, but then it continues to go. That's very normal. But if it's happening like constantly and it's not like some crazy event or move that's happening, it might be your internet.
I can hear my computer, homie.
My Chromebook is running fine. Good luck with that.
Yeah, Chromebook. Yeah, there's no way. There's no
I mean,
way.
I think that might even lag just using Chrome with too many tabs.
What is the processing power of a Chromebook?
I don't know, but Apple released the that new like minimal MacBook Air kind of thing that has like the processing power of your iPhone, which is pretty good if you're just going to use it as like a web browser and like probably to FaceTime and just do things like that and message. Like that's not bad. It was priced reasonably too. It's like cheaper than an iPhone. I think it was like $500 or cheaper than an iPad, excuse me.
Oh, that's crazy.
I never used one, but I know it was like reasonably priced when they did their last release.
Here we go. Come on. Man, Russell really just vacuumed back up to the upside there at 40 from 46s right back to the prior day high in 15 minutes, basically. I don't know. We haven't confirmed if Salma watches movies on her Chromebook or not. I think, or on her iPhone. I think she just.
Yeah, this is. I don't know how people do that. Like I'm in the camp. Like there's a lot. Maybe it's just I'm getting old and it's having the kid and things. Like I would much rather pay like $40 for some of the new release movies. Like the day they come out in theaters, like I will give someone $40. Let me just watch it one time. I can pause it or I can't pause it. Even if someone wants to do this, I could watch it from my good setup on my couch for a new movie. Because I know I'm not going to see these movies in theaters because my life is a little more complicated with a kid. And even just having a warm body here to do a date night is like a weekly or bi-weekly thing. Like that's about as good as it gets. So I ain't seeing these movies until she's a little older, unfortunately, in theaters. So I have to wait for everything to come out to rent it.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't understand the whole watching a movie on my phone or my laptop in bed. Like that's just never been me.
No, I just stare at charts at 3 o'clock in the morning when I wake up. I told myself when I woke up this morning, I was like, don't look at your phone. Don't look at your phone. Just get up. Just get up, kid, in the shower. Don't look at your phone.
I'm really trying to not do it when I work out anymore. I need to like have my phone locked as only a music player at 5 a.m. because then I start looking at charts and then I start looking at other things. And then it's like I'm 30 minutes in and I got 2 sets done and I've wasted 20 minutes just looking at charts in the pre-market for no reason.
This is so sad, but I literally got an Apple Watch so I wouldn't look at my phone just because I was like, if somebody's like calling me that I need to speak to, or like, I should probably be notified, but then you feel like you need your phone on you. So I was like, got a watch as a way to not look at my phone. And I left it at my parents' house. I'm like, no, not going to see that watch for a while. But yeah, sometimes technology at your fingertips isn't the best thing for living a life.
It's like
especially being a trader.
I need to just like throw my phone on like shuffle for Spotify for my gym playlist and then like leave it in the house because I'm in the garage and just like have Bluetooth headphones and just go. Be a lot better.
Yeah.
Heads up if you're trading crude. Tracy says it is OPEX for crude.
What do you think? So should I cancel my crude short order? We've actually turned pretty nice out of the bottom in crude. Really nice bid out of that reversal this morning. Once again, a lot of these markets have done this today. Just barely sweep through the low. Like we did that in gold, we did that in oil, and we did it in the Russell. Just a barely sweep through the overnight low, and then an immediate reversal. And then, bids out of that.
We're just turning into a little bit of consolidation and chop here and saying this like 600 short, but we're still just sitting here waiting. Like RTH VWAP, overnight VWAP is basically like flat.
The path of least resistance is up.
Yeah, I kind of wish I just listened to my plan that I heard this morning, which was look for longs with crude above 100.
Listening to your plan and making a plan are two things.
I'm so bad, dude. That's why I tried to do it. It's like maybe if I write it out for people, like I'll stick to it more, or I'll trade more things, or I'll pay attention to other markets. No, I'm still the same damn person. who
I mean,
has good setups and good reads, but doesn't execute them half the time.
One of the things that's helpful is actually if you go back, like I did this like a couple of years ago, and I was like, I was running into the same issue. I was like, man, it's such a great plan, and what the hell am I doing? I don't follow it. Like I literally just map it all out, and then the bell rings, and like Mike Tyson says, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. And so I watched back like every trade plan because I've been making a video every morning for like 10 years, and I'd watch it back. I'm like, my plan is so much more accurate than like the ability I'm to execute. And that really kind of stuck in my head of like, I need to listen to myself and like what I'm doing. So maybe watch it back because you're right. So when you watch it back, it kind of just adds that confidence of listening to yourself.
That's one of the main things why I'm trying to like actually backtest some of these plans too, like actually grade it every day. Like that's what I'm trying to have the models actually do is like, okay, what happened? At what time did in theory, like the entry I'm kind of describing get triggered with a stop? And I'm trying to run a similar stop kind of ATR thing like you're doing, just for at least the model to grade something based on.
Yeah.
Because it's hard to do in hindsight, I guess. So I'm trying just to have a more regular model. And then at least to like, okay, if some of these are over, let's say over 50%, like the setup works, then clearly I should be paying attention to it more.
Uh-huh. Definitely.
So putting it front and center is what I'm just trying to do.
Yeah, I think for me, like an ATR stop is just the most relative way you could like measure because markets have different volatility and I don't know, another way that's just consistently changing with market speed than just literally what is the market doing and how big. I mean, sometimes, if you're trading bigger levels, maybe you need a higher time for an ATR stop. I mean, obviously a 1 minute ATR stop is a lot higher than a 15 minute, so on and so forth. But like at least you can measure that within like, oh, okay, well, if I'm buying XYZ, consistently it is hitting equidistant ATR to the upside before the downside, 62% of the time or whatever the number is. And then you're like, boom, edge. Oh. Really? Man, this CYM is just freaking dead in the water. Maybe squeeze above 50,000, 140 in the YM. What is copper doing today? Down.
ES is going to shove it higher, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't know another direction it shoves it been lately, but
just sitting on the high.
Shove it higher. Just shove it higher. Boy. Let's see here. Get rid of the X. Yep. 29,778 would be my anticipated upside target for the NQ. And yes, 75.14 is really, we're about to. Jeez Louise. New high there. New high. Come on, Miami. Get on up, buddy. You can do it. And yeah, we're full before this morning when I mentioned my scanner. Obviously, this changes with data, but full bull in Q here. And full bull. And now the YM is switched. Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just at this point, let's just take out the overnight high in Q. Yes, just continue to push. Whoa, what happened? Gold's getting a little perky too.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that. It is so range bound though on the hourly now. I mean, it is. If we start continuing to bid out of here on this low, but man, that hourly is just looking nasty from after we broke down on Tuesday. That really needs a clean close above. We closed today above 747.10s, 47.15s, and it'll be a little more bullish tomorrow, but it's just so range bound at this point. But being range bound, no surprise that it with the low of the day and found its way right back into the range. All right, how close are we to getting the next winner here? We got to get
they need the retweets.
Okay. How many do we got here? I just looking at it.
Let's see. They are 3 away.
3 away. Go to the NT Live Media Twitter and hit everybody. Click that. 3 more people. 3 more people. Can we get 3 volunteers, ladies and gentlemen? Thoughts on silver moving very nice. Let me take a look. I mean, obviously silver's been booming lately. It is down heavy on the day and just catching a reversal. What's your favorite silver contract to trade? I'm always like, do I trade the I'm not trading the SI contract. The SIC is pretty small. The SIL is like probably, what is the most liquid futures contract? Is it volume? Is it SI or SIL?
That's a good question. I don't know. I traded the normal silver one time and it scared the living crap out of me with one contract.
Yeah.
Because I was up and down like $3,000 in a matter of like 2 minutes. Ended up just covering it for like $2,000 and just been like, all right, never again. And it was like when silver was doing stupid things, and then I started trading SIL and was fine.
Yeah, I just looked at my risk my risk minimum risk would be $4,100, and that's just on one contract for SI. The SI contract, and obviously the SIL is going to be smaller than that. But yeah, the SIL has actually gotten some pretty decent volume. I mean, the real micro, the SIC is pretty liquid, is the only issue. Oh my goodness. But CSI, I'm going to ask. I need to see some type of confirmation of a low in silver. Otherwise, I think we could maybe retest the Tuesday low. I'd like to see a sweep of the Tuesday low in silver, honestly. But right now, it's pretty aggressively down. It's down 4%. Not quite. We hit our retweets. Thank you guys.
Ooh, did we?
So we are going to be picking a new winner.
Oh, the winner is a wonderful person in the chat that is here almost every day, and it's the Happy Crab. Congratulations.
The Happy Crab, you have 1 minute.
I'm sure he is here.
He's, I mean, you know,
But let's see. There he is. He's here. All right, let's spin that wheel.
The Wheel of Futures.
Ooh, the fancy hoodie.
Having that
Nice. I get to wear it actually because it's just so hot in this office. It's hanging up in my closet, but I actually liked the little, like the sweater design of it. It's kind of cool.
Is that a custom coded wheel? Like, where did they get that?
I don't know. I have built some interesting stuff with AI, so it's very possible they vibe coded it. Oh yes, they did just confirm it is in fact vibe coded.
Vibe coded. Interesting.
Trust me, I made a vibe coded roulette wheel for something that I ended up scrapping, but it was really cool. How can I participate in this game? Well, you would need to fill out the lovely form that's been in the chat for a majority of this morning. And I don't know if we're giving away more in this morning session. Maybe we are. But yeah, you fill out the form right there, enter for a chance to win. We will likely give away more later today, if not during Trade the Close as well. Yes. If you can tell your friends and get us about 200 more people in here, we will in fact spin it one more time. Is this the dip before a new all-time high in NQ?
Every dip. Oh. Let's see. I'd love to see us back at yesterday's. I don't know. I'm a little cautious up here.
Yeah.
I just want to be a little bit lower. Not quite ready to chase up on these highs for these ES and NQ. Let's see here. A gap fill would be great in the ES. I can see that. Down into 74.70s. If we're going to get a pullback here, it's about a 30-point pullback. Silver symbols, QI, SI, SIL, SIC. Each one of them has like SI is 5,000 ounces, and then I think SIL is 1,000, SIC is 100, and QI is 2,500 ounces of silver. QI is the most illiquid. And then SIC is pretty illiquid too, it looks like. It's not horrible. It's not horrible actually. In the overnights, I think it could be, but there's definitely some bar skipping if you pull up a chart of SIL. Not too bad, but there we go. Come on. There's the halfway back. I mean, I need to get something working here. Oil, highest volume of the day here in this last 5 minutes outside of 6 a.m. I believe. Just ran into top side of the resistance here. See if we can get back to the bottom of the range. Nice little hammer candle. Oh no. NQ lags compared to ES. How so?
Yes, we did in fact call a winner for the wheel. Our good friend, the Happy Crab, was the winner.
Happy Crab is better than the Krusty Krab. Crab's got a hoodie, but the hoodie don't have crabs, so enjoy it. Is that the hoodie we got that they give out?
That I don't know. It could be one of the other hoodies too. They have done a couple.
It comes seals and sealed package. I'm done. Come on.
Let's do something, indices. Make a decision.
Do something. I need this the guy that the meme where the guy pokes his stick. Do something. Do something. Nice, nice. Yep. Silver, great way to play silver. Great way to dip. I mean, the thing about silver, it just moves a lot, you know. A 4% move today often is the leader or the loser on a percentage change basis. That nat gas, once winter comes around, just getting some swing and getting some movement. I haven't looked at nat gas in a while. I have no idea what it's been doing. But boy, over the winter there was some
I have not even looked at it.
Dude, there was some I think we went up. I mean, there was huge moves over the winter.
Right.
20% days. I mean, 20% move in a futures contract is
it's insane.
Absurd. Effing absurd. All right, come on, oil. Get down from there, buddy. Get down. Don't get down. I do think CL could pull back on a higher time frame. If we can lose back today's low, 98.60, 98.70 maybe, need to get back below 99.100 level. And this is why I'm about to take it off my chart until I get a I think it's just change trend today. Oh. The Widowmaker is right. Be careful if you got a wife trading that thing. She might become a widow. I couldn't imagine what the Nat Gap pits used to. Do they have Nat Gap pits? I've never heard of pit traders say, I used to trade Nat Gap pits.
That's true.
I don't know. Somebody older than I am probably telling me that.
It's a Deli or Tracy or Jim question. I have no idea.
Maybe everyone's just afraid of it. It's like nobody ever traded it. I figure they. Nat Gap pits are probably the closest pits to hell you could probably get. Oh yeah, I know a guy. I've heard that before. I know a guy.
All right, thank you. Let's go. Just push. Take this out. Nothing like a whatever we're going to call this, a 30-point range when the average has been like 60 and a 200-point range in NQ instead of 360. Lovely.
Who knows who the best energy trader of all time is? Well, there's two. There's an oil trader and there's a nat gas trader. Both of them are pretty famous. There's not many traders that are like notoriously famous for like single products, but there's one who's an energy trader, a nat gas trader. If somebody knows his name, they can drop it. And the other is one of the most famous oil traders. It's two specific names I'm looking for.
I can't remember the oil guy's name, but I know who you're talking about.
John Arnold, Bill Perkins as well. Bill Perkins, but John Arnold would be the nat gas trader. That guy is like retired in his 40s with a few $billion. Bill Perkins is probably more like celebrity famous. But he's definitely not one of the biggest. He was definitely big. Yeah, John Arnold's is a goat. Tracy's not the name I'm looking for, but she is the goat of the oil markets. She's in with the sheiks. I told Tracy I need a couple barrels on the side. She said she got me. All right, so there's another one. All right, I'll give you a little hint. He worked at Citibank for a while, and then he was like the highest paid person at Citibank, and this is during the collapse of the banks, and they were so mad that the city, despite how much money he made trading oil, they had to fire him because they had to pay him an obscene amount of money. Arnold's retired, so I'm sure maybe he's still trading some personal funds, but he's retired. Andrew Hall. Yes, Andrew Hall is correct. The correct answer. Look at that guy owns a castle. Check out his cat. He has a castle. It's pretty cool. I forgot what country it's in, but it's just filled with like medieval stuff. But yeah, Andy Hall. Andy Hall, probably one of the most famous oil traders of all times. But I mean, I'm sure some of these other names you guys have dropped in here, I don't know them all, but I'm sure they're all probably great too. Slim Pickens. You mean Steve Boone Pickens? What was that guy's name? Boone Pickens, the oil guy. He was kind of like an oil producer, I think. I don't know about a trader, but
Sounds familiar.
yeah. He had one of the biggest ranches in Texas, Nick.
Did he? Wonder which one.
T Boone. T Boone Pickens is just an oil name. It's just like, if your name is T Boone Pickens, what else are you doing? I mean, you're not doing anything insignificant in your life. It's like that young kid. I don't know if you guys ever heard of this guy's like 25, Leopold Archibald. He's running $6.5 billion right now, like 24 years old. His name is literally Leopold Archibald.
Here we go. Get your confetti ready, everybody. I mean, ES just so much momentum to the upside right now. Just silly.
I had a feeling ES would be a little. What am I data lagging right here? I think hold on. I think I'm frozen. You want to go to production? Can you go to Nick real quick?
Yes. If it doesn't, I will be very triggered. Happy crap. That is very true. If we leave this here, I will likely not trade the rest of the day. Just that triggered. There's only so many ways you can trigger me, but this will be one of them. I mean, I have ES level like another 5 points. No, 10 points ish. Yeah. Like 22s, 23s.
Archers, I don't really trade IB. I mean, I'm aware of it. If it coincidentally lines up with something that I'm already looking at, sure. There's a lot of things that I'm just aware of where they are, but it would never be my first signal to enter.
Yeah, I just treat it like another piece of MGI for the session. No need to do more than that.
Yeah, I mean, the general idea of just breaking out above, or like if, this morning, we're above IB and ES, it's just generally bullish, but I would look at where the high of the first 60 minutes are and just place a limit because it's the high of the first 60 minutes. There has to be another reason there. The Bitcoin, Jim. I actually was looking at that. I do like Bitcoin here as a swing entry.
What is the old Bitcoin at? 80.
Yep.
The Bitcoin, the Ether.
It's interesting. Most of the majority of the Bitcoin volume, like if you look at the chart, is overnight. From like, at least tonight, it was like from. Oh wait, no, that's yesterday morning. I'm lying. There's a lot more volume yesterday. At least it looks like that when I look at the chart, because like when there's no volume and there's just like gaps in the chart. But yeah, Bitcoin, my next target in Bitcoin is all the way up at 85K.
Come on, NQ. Just do it.
My goodness. Let's do it.
Here we go. And there it is. New all-time highs, everybody. Congratulations. We did it again.
Woohoo!
$30K by tomorrow, probably. For any of our lovely friends across the pond, do not forget that our NT Live meetup in London is coming June 18th. And there is a link in the chat to make sure you have signed up for our meetups and possibly getting an invitation to the exclusive event that I
really
unfortunately will be not attending.
Yeah, I was really hoping I was getting an invite to that one, not gonna lie, but
I don't even have my passport's not even active. So
I'm not British
unfortunately, unless someone's got a friend at customs or whatever, whoever does passports, I can't even remember. Department of Homeland Security.
When is your? I just got mine redone.
I need to start from scratch.
From
Mine's
the day
expired.
I sent it out, it was a week.
Okay, so maybe it's some efficiency in the government at a rare
right.
occasion.
I was like, hold on, who's running the passport office? Because we need to promote this guy. Yeah, it was. I did everything expedited, but it was still, not that long. And the last time I renewed my passport, I did it the day before I left the country. I went into the office in Chicago, and I was like,
and they did it.
I need to go to the Cayman Islands tomorrow. To all right. And
I got one within 24 hours when I was in college because I went to college in Tucson, and they have one of the offices that prints them is in Tucson. So they were able to get me a 24-hour round trip of it.
That's amazing. Gotta love when they do things fast. You're almost like if everything was fast, the government did and effective. I'll be like, oh yeah. Who do we work for? 2052, 2040.
All right. 29,700. What now? What do we do now? Just straight march to 30K?
Yes, so. Dude. Yeah, what's next? All right, oil really falling out here now. Finally getting that thing going my way. That was my best entry so far. And the one I was most patient for. Lousy food, bad teeth. Don't say that. I've made an emergency landing on a 747 in Heathrow, and that is the only time I've been to the UK.
I'm watching ES for my short attempt here, but I might just cover this because I think he just stepped his foot off the gas. Yeah. Nope. All right. Fair enough. Tried it. Yep. That absorber was gone.
There we go. All right, how close are we to? I don't know. Not very close.
Very brave. Well, there's a reason I got out with like a 1 point stop, and I mean it was like 8 points, but I was basically watching for one seller and ES to exit, and he was gone, or it was someone covering, whatever. As soon as we pushed past it, I was like, nope, I'm out. Just tried it. There was somebody initiating on NQ, so.
Have you guys seen a market like this before? Yeah, I mean, last year was actually like, I mean, not as fast, but it was a 50% rally out of the low. I mean, let's just go back to April last year. We rallied 50% out of the low of the year. I mean, we're up, I don't know what we're up right now. What are we up, 20 something in the NQ?
Mm-hmm.
So
20, almost 30.
Double that. Almost 30. Geez. I forgot it. I haven't counted the last 5 days. The last 10% we've moved in the last five freaking trading days. You know, every market's different. Every market's different. I've just seen so many markets. It's just like, that's just a market. So almost nothing's the same ever.
I know it's hindsight, Nick, but where could you have joined long today? It was cleaner on ES. There was a nice little push back into the opening range, or even in NQ. We kind of didn't really have any interest kind of selling below the 5 minute OR high, previous day high. The probably the easiest attempt would have been this little, I think I was saying it, I'm like, is this the pullback to get long for the all-time high? It was this little offer that came in, and we stopped like right at the RTH VWAP around that 600, 620 spot you probably would have gotten in on, and then just ride it high. Like that's about all I could see today. It really was a shallow pullback, if that. ES, like I said, a little bit cleaner because it actually came back into the range and we broke that little P-shaped node that we had built. So you could have kind of gone in there. Now you're trading and you have to kind of wait for an all-time high, or you're fading the all-time high. Sorry, pull back from the all-time high, or you're just trying to fade it, which is not the best long-term strategy. So ideally, yeah, you got long somewhere back towards the opening range. The overnight high in ES even kind of down to 7,500s. They gave you a nice little retest there, and buyers step back in. So a couple spots. But yeah, at all-time highs, very shallow pullback. Not the easiest thing to just jump along with. I get it.
Just adding into my YM here. Now let's finally go in.
Ow.
Get squeeze above this consolidation here in the morning and then get into that. I know you all love it. Fair value gap. then up to new highs of the day. My upside. There we go. Let's go. Russell peeking through this morning's high here as well. Not quite above that 930 tail, but 50,375 is my anticipated. 50,375 to 50,390 if we can continue here is my target for YM, which is probably going to take all day long. So let's be milking and moving stops up. But got myself into a risk 1 to make 10 if it plays out here. Risk is $700. Target is 7K. So 10R is ideally where I want to be, but I can't get that all the time. But if you can get a 10R trade, you can pay for quite a few losers. It's got what I refer to as a trend bar up, that blue highlighted bar there on my YM chart.
Yeah, nothing like a 30% move straight to the upside after my tongue-in-cheek low of the year call. My goodness.
What would have been 1 micro from that move? How much money would it have been? Like
I don't know.
15,000 or something?
Yeah, probably something silly at this point. I guess it's one of those where it's like I was long 23,000, I think 115s ish at one point, and I covered for like 60 points with a couple minis, and like who knew this? It's just absurd.
You can count those trades all day. It was driving me nuts. So once we start breaking out kind of this like trend bar here, I'm just setting a timer, and instead of focus on price, I want to see how far we can go in 25 minutes. I don't know if we're going to have one of those breakout moves. Great if we do, or we can fall back in because we really haven't been that strong. But if that seller, whoever was selling down here in the morning, is maybe gone, get a little bit of a higher lift up into that overnight high as the other indexes have. So I've set a timer here. And just want to see how far we can go in the YM and kind of determine whether or not I'm going to be able to hold this for new highs or not. Okay, 13,440 is the answer. What did I say? 13,000 or 15,000? I forgot what I said. Okay, like I said, and sweet. This rejection, so this CL, this has been really my best trade, even though it's so like we were downtrending here, counter trend up into resistance, previous high. I entered on this candle. Anytime I enter on a candle and 25 minutes later we have not retested that candle, that is a vote of confidence. That is I am right. I picked the level and we never saw that level again. And I've moved my stop down to below my entry at this point, and I will continue to watch this and anticipate. We've made lower lows all day long.
Some might call that a generational low.
Yeah.
Never going to see those prices ever again.
Never. Wheat.
What is going on? Wheat. What is the symbol for wheat?
That's what I was just going to ask. I forgot. I think it's like W something. H. No.
Because I'm like
DWs,
building my dashboard thing. I didn't even bother to pull the agricultural products into it because the odds of me trading the limited hours as it is very low. Like I'm not going to be jumping into soybeans probably. Let's be serious.
Never seen never, dude.
I love how Tracy and Jim just know it casually. Just like ZW, you don't know this? Come on.
That was a really clean move lower.
Hey,
girl.
What's
Salma?
up?
Salma.
I have one question. I have one question for Salma. I think
she hasn't done it.
Nick has the same question.
She has not done it.
I have not done
then
it.
I will not be speaking this entire stream. Have a fun stream.
All right, guys, it's going to be the Salma show. It's going to be fun.
She has not watched Gladiator, chat. Still won't
Can
do
I
it.
say?
Low
Can I say
priority,
that
apparently.
I plan on watching it this weekend? Does that count for something?
What did you watch last night?
Actually, AJ's closet video.
That was like 4 minutes.
That was
Bro,
4 minutes.
That was so funny. It was 4 minutes, but it was funny. It was awesome. And then the night before that, I watched Kane's interviews. Come on, guys, I'm doing something.
Good stuff.
Look, you have chat against me, Leo. That's messed up.
The chat is. I don't have the chat against you.
I
You've
think
lost the.
Triggered the chat 2
You
days
have
ago.
lost the crowd, and that's an important lesson you'll learn in Gladiator. You have
Womp
to win
womp.
the crowd. That is the truth, isn't it, Nick?
It is. If you had watched Gladiator, you would
If you
know
watch
the
Gladiator,
importance.
you would fucking know.
Yo, they're going crazy. Wow, we woke up the chat. Cool.
And we're snoozing at all-time highs, so thank God for that.
Lost the crowd.
All right, guys. Have at
Well,
it.
we will let you guys get to it. Enjoy your siloed stream together.
All right, bye, guys.
Good luck.
Later.
Let's see how long she can go.
Wait, what'd you just say? Because Nick was talking. And he's muting. All right, yo, you want to be petty? You can be petty. That's cool. Anyway. I'm long the Russell from 54 chat, targeting 73. About a 20-point trade here. Saw us come down. Saw it lagging in comparison to NQES. Saw us begin to stall at Asia highs. This was the inflection point, in my opinion, for bulls. If we had lost this, then I definitely think we could have made new lows, and that was where my stop is. Decided to take a stab at it, and we reversed, made new high day. And yeah, I'm going to hold for the 1.5 standard deviation. And that's my trade for now. Bro, I have never met anyone pettier than Leo. Oh my goodness. over a movie.
You call this petty? I'm just proving a point.
Yeah. Okay, but can I ask you something? You bought me the book and you told me to read it.
And you didn't read it.
And I didn't read it.
You had to listen to it. You couldn't even be bothered. You couldn't be bothered to read.
But I got through it. I got through it. That was the point. And I did it. And I stayed
and you
true to
haven't
my
even
word.
given away the book yet.
Well, I don't know if I want to part with it. It's a little bit sentimental. But I did it. So give me a chance. Chill on me, as the kids would say these days.
Give you a chance on what? I already gave you a chance.
Give me a day. 2 days. Where's the book? The book is behind me, somewhere on the shelf.
So if you're going to watch Gladiator this weekend, what device are you going to watch it on?
I can watch it.
Phone, I might leave the stream.
Well, I mean, do you want me to lie? Because phone would be my default, but I can watch it.
I want you to tell the truth. You can't watch Gladiator on a phone. It's illegal.
Okay, then I can watch it on my TV that hasn't been opened in God knows how long. Turned on, I should say. Turned on. Sil WTG says, Sil Salmon, he told you to watch it. He gave you a deadline. Not really. He just expected me to watch it right there, right then and there.
Yeah, deadline was 2 days ago, the other night.
He wanted me to watch it the same day. What if I had plans? What if it was my mom's birthday? What if my cat died? Like, drop everything for Gladiator? I don't think so. Jack's not here anymore. He just hopped off. No, Jesus, I don't have a cat. I was just trying to make a point. The chat is going crazy.
What ifs are for losers? Have you not been merciful? I feel like I've been pretty merciful with Salma over the many, many months.
Whoa, in what sense?
Are you serious right now?
Whoa.
When have you ever asked me for something and I've been like, no?
Well,
Tell
this
me.
is true. No, this is true.
Did I not buy you a book?
I didn't ask for that, but yeah, you
Did I
did.
not send you some swag?
You did. The swag
Did
was
I not
cool.
do other things that were kind for you?
All right, Leo. Are we sitting here and counting? Are we really gonna sit here and count?
I mean, yeah,
Sheesh.
you can if you're gonna roast me, like
I'm not. I
back it
didn't say
up.
anything. I didn't even say a word. Jesus. My God.
Anyway,
Production. How much do we need for a giveaway, to run a giveaway? How many views? How many likes? Let's see. Let's change the topic here.
even offered to buy you a TV. Oh my gosh.
All right, we need
1,300 viewers. Oh
That's-
man.
that's a lot, but we have 1,000
we
right
at?
now.
1,000.
1,000 people listening to you roast me about a movie.
No, I'm not roasting. Go trade with
Joel goes, I hear a book is being given away today, unsure which one.
enjoyers.
No, I'm not giving it away, guys.
All right, so we're at all-time highs. All-time high enjoyers can, enjoy the all-time high. Salma, do you do anything different for trading all-time high?
I mean, not really, besides maybe like drawing some standard deviation levels or fib extensions just to get some targets. But other than that, no, I would just wait for some sort of retest, get in and try and ride the trend back up.
Yeah.
But someone asked what was my entry. I'm in the Russell from 2854.4. So we're up about 14 points or so here. I'll even move my stop and profit so Jim doesn't get upset at me. I need more people mad at me today. Thank you, Histories, Legends, and Myths. I appreciate that. Oh, Leo did a little tweet. I will retweet it.
Did you write a book? No. Why would I write a book? I don't have anything entertaining to say. Nobody's mad at you, Salma. We're just disappointed.
Guys, it's not my fault. No one in my life has ever recommended this movie to me. It's not like I've just purposely been avoiding it.
Then you need better people in your life.
Maybe.
How about the markets, guys? Matt, how about you? How about you? Because I know you. Okay, so that comment, obviously, you're just trolling. I get it. It's fun, but how about you not troll? How about that? I have no trade. I haven't taken a trade here today because I didn't get to open the chart until about 30 minutes ago. And I saw, oh, look, we're at all-time highs. And there's really I'm not going to buy this and try to sell it higher. I would need a little bit of a pullback today, to get long. And I'm not going to short it like a monkey. So it's really difficult for me to jump in and trade intraday here in the markets.
I'll say,
See what
though,
CL is doing.
you kind of lucked out, Leo, not being here off the open. I don't know about anyone else, but this morning it could have been just me showing up to my desk, not in like a really, really good mental headspace, but I psyched myself out of 2 trades that ended up panning out very nicely. I caught myself being a little bit emotional. I literally had to just walk away for a couple minutes, come back, and then I was able to, have a better read on the market with this trade here. So you being late probably worked out in your favor this morning, Leo. Bag life. The inverse of a H pattern would just be like, a W or a cup and handle. Yeah, nothing but manipulation this morning. Yeah, we had dispersion straight off the open with, NQES pumping right off the open. And then hold on, let me just remove this. Okay. Yeah, you had ES, NQ pushing off the open. And then you had YM Russell just straight up dumping off the open. It was kind of like this game of, who do we trust? Which one are you going to trade? And, my main focus this morning was the Russell. All my trades that I took were on the Russell. I just psyched myself out twice before I finally had a trade that started to work out. I use both limit or market depending on the trade, B Hassan. Larry thinks this is pretend roasting. No, this is serious. Leo, Nick, Stowe, XY, all of them were floored about this movie, so it was real. It's not pretend, guys.
We're also going to be watching it this weekend because my wife hasn't seen it. And that's honestly, I'm not sure how we got married.
Oh, so your wife gets to watch it on the weekend, but I had to have watched it that same day.
Do you have 3 kids?
No, but I have other things. So this weekend, we can all do a debrief. Deal. Done deal.
Gladiator is overrated. I think that
I never said that.
Hassan
I don't
should be banned from this channel. Seriously. Like, this is insane.
Gladiator was made before I was born. Yep. A year before I was born.
By other things, she means staring at Asia session. Can you talk about a bit more when you start shorting if prices moving up like this? I'm not going to short all-time highs. Maybe I don't understand your question.
Is there never an instance where you'll get like short?
Yeah, I'm just not going to short all-time highs. We're 2 ticks off the high.
Okay.
mean, there's just a bid, it's just the market is bid.
Yeah.
So something needs to change.
Here we go. TP almost here. This is crazy. I hope market is like this for the qualifiers next week. Or, all the qualifiers. Which qualifier are you in, Leo?
2, I think it's on the 26th.
Cool.
Looking forward to
I'm in
being
the
at
third.
the top of the leaderboard.
That's the goal. We have 15 more minutes until Euro closes. If anyone cares. B Hassan, if you're finding this market hard to trade, you just need to learn how to trade with the trend, and I would say the 9 EMA can really, really help you out with that. I talk about the 9 EMA all the time, but I mean, it's really useful in times like this. Trust me. MEA, I don't want to ask him anything. I'm sorry. You're going to have to ask him yourself. I'm good. You do it.
For MNQ, I use 2000 volume. For MES, I don't use anything because I don't trade MES.
Richard, I'd use the 9 EMA on the 5-minute for trend days. True trend days, 5-minute is your best friend. I don't go lower than 5 though, so.
Can someone sing? Salma, can you sing?
I can't sing, no. I'd be doing a disservice to myself if I did that.
Well, you would be doing the service for others, not
Hey,
yourself.
did you text your friend happy
My friend?
birthday?
What are you talking about?
You don't know whose birthday it is today? Am I gonna save your friendship with somebody? I mean, maybe not, because guys don't really take birthdays that serious, but
Wait. Don't tell me.
how do
Whose
I
birthday?
know?
Whose
I actually
birthday?
don't even know how I know. Just got a reminder this morning, like, text so-and-so happy birthday. He's still trying to figure it out. Even Savannah knows whose birthday it is. Chat. I mean, maybe I shouldn't even get chat involved. Maybe he doesn't want people knowing it's his birthday.
It's Kane's birthday.
No, it's not Kane's. It's not Kane's. Carlos, stop spreading rumors. It's not Kane's. Yeah, Kane is like November, beginning of November. It's not his birthday yet. Deli's is in July. PAX is in
Stoves? Is this
July.
Stoves?
It's Stowe's.
Oh.
And you didn't even know. See, okay, can we be now 1 for 1?
We have to text Stowe.
I hope he doesn't get upset that I said it in front of 1,000 people.
We are all celebrating with you today on NT Live. I'm texting him right now.
Okay.
Oh, it's happening. Let's go.
Now he knows that everyone else knows. And somebody should say happy birthday to him on Twitter.
Everybody should just go flood his DMs and mentions. Okay,
Still never
I'm all
gets
out of that
upset at
trade.
anything.
You're
No,
welcome, Shab.
Wow.
It's okay as long as I was first, because I texted him bright and early.
I love that kid. Stowe is a little more of a kid. He's more like an unk, you know. He's my age.
All right, are we even now?
Do you think that's gonna get you even?
What? Yeah, I would
No.
say so.
No.
All right, I tried.
I mean, this is I think NQ just wants to trade 30,000 just for the fucking fun of it. I'll be disappointed if we don't get there by tomorrow.
Wait, do we have any economic data tomorrow? Hold on.
No.
No. Wow. Hmm. Oh, is that why Jim is flying out to meet Stowe this weekend because it's Stowe's birthday? Or is that just coincidence? Did you know Jim was flying out to meet him? Yeah, that's why. Wow, Jim, you don't say nothing, huh? Jim knows how to keep a secret.
I'd be surprised if not 30K by 12 p.m. Yeah. That's crazy, Larry.
1, 2, 3,
Holy
4,
cow.
5, 6, 7. Dude, we're about to be 8 green 5-minute candles on the Russell. Had a single pullback. So if you wanted to even get in from 10:45, you couldn't have really. Jeez. Yeah, it's basically impossible to enter unless you're chasing.
I don't think that chasing is the right word. I think that some people genuinely have strategy where they just buy into momentum. They buy high and sell higher. Stowe is one of those people. AJ was doing a lot of that before he started Lucid.
Yeah,
I just don't have that really, and I have not done any work with that. I've not done any back testing. I've not done any, it's just not within like even my personality. So it's just not a trade for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do that too, where like, but I look for retests. Like, I need a retest in order for me to buy at the highs or buy at the lows. Like a retest for me would be like this 9 EMA revisiting, which is what, 4 points lower. Like I need a little bit lower in order for me to justify getting in. I can't just, like, I wouldn't have been able to just enter here at the top. But yeah. Have you guys tried to join the move up? Our Solana was just in a trade, literally just took profit not even 5 minutes ago. Yeah, YM is lagging right now. It's trying though. Yeah, Nick for a sig. That's why I kind of took the Russell off the open. Spoke about that a little bit when we first got on stream.
Oh yeah, okay. At some point there will be accused to short this, so I would just go straight to my higher time frame and look at where like as we're trending up on the 60-minute. This is a 4-hour chart, but this is just a weekly 4-hour trailing profile, right? And so what I'm watching for is every push we're building a volume distribution, right? So like we have a very large one here. We pushed away from that, built one here, pushed away, built one here. There's kind of like two, but I would call this like one. And then now there's a new volume distribution. So when things change, is when we leave this distribution here at 29,077, rough number. It's nothing is to the tick. So I would like you can either just look at it or you can just draw a box around it. And you go, okay. So here's where we really need to break below this volume node before it does really actually get bearish. And I get that it's 700 points away, but this gives you kind of that more like biased view on the higher time frame. So if we break below this low volume node right here, then we would look for a retest of the same low volume node that we broke through to look for shorts, or as we are below this low volume node, we could remain kind of short focused and looking for short setups. Now, so that's kind of the higher time frame look. Now, right here, I don't really have like a great case to get short at all-time highs. I just don't think it's a good idea. So intraday, I may take a short if we liquidated, let's say, for example, we came down, down to, let's say we took up this low at 592. And then we came back up and rallied, like retraced some of that move up into the upper end of this range here. I may look for a short from that perspective because we're already seeing somebody's initiated. We let them, get a move happening, and then we take look for shorts on that retrace. But just by as we're pushing higher and higher all-time highs, I don't really have anything that I look for to short that. I want to see somebody else come in with bigger pockets than I have, be able to move the market lower first, and then look for a retrace to join that move. On the higher time frame, this is my gauge right here. As long as we're above this and building volume above this low volume node, it's more or less I'm looking for pullbacks to get long. There haven't really been any since we got on, so there's not much to do from that standpoint. And then this is the kind of current bias for, okay, if we're above this, primarily looking for longs. If we're below this, there's a good argument to be made that, we could, this is all kind of low volume. There's a couple of high volume nodes. So you obviously, with those in mind, you can make an argument that, there's a good case to go test those 27,000s again and then kind of see what happens once you get back into that. So that's kind of the explanation that I would give you there.
Salma, will your levels indicator become available on NT at some point? Yeah, I would like to release it on the Ninja platform for the people who only use Ninja, so for sure. I'll try and work on that soon. Salma, do you ever trade a version of the H pattern only in reverse to the upside, not as crisp as the short version, but I have been seeing it lately? Yeah, James. So for me, I don't know, in the most like recent months, I've been a better short trader than I have been a long trader. Obviously, in this kind of market, you need to just adapt and be able to, go with the trend, don't fight the trend. But something that I do like to do, so since I can in my head make sense of like a chart that looks bearish. I like to just inverse my chart sometimes to get that to solidify that bias, basically. So sometimes if I'm unsure about a move to the upside, I'll just inverse it. If the chart looks bearish inverted, then I will go long. I hope that makes sense though.
Still said, thanks, brother. Me and Willow, sorry, didn't mean to dox his daughter's name. Him and W are headed to the ballpark. You didn't
Bro,
hear that.
he goes.
I was just reading, sorry. Sorry.
I think
won't
he said
mind,
her
I
name.
promise.
I think he
Oh,
said her name on live
he said her name before. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, he said it many times. Don't worry about it. He goes, sorry, W. That's awesome. Oh God.
Yeah, it's all good. It slipped, and I didn't realize he's already said her name before, so that at least I'm covered.
Wait, so he's going to a baseball game now, and then he's also going to a baseball game with Jim?
Maybe they're going to the same game?
No, because I think I don't know if Jim's already on his way there, but I thought it was this weekend.
Oh, okay. I mean, I would go to every game possible.
Yeah, I can see that. There you go. 2 games in a row. He just verified. Happy birthday, Stowe. You enjoy that game.
2 games in a row.
Leo, do you primarily use the 5-minute OR mid when it coincides with LVN on session volume profile?
I mean, it certainly helps, but I don't really, because by the time that we are trading that mid, the volume profile isn't really mature enough on the day. So now, if there is an LV in there, definitely that's great. But I'm really just watching for the level and for order flow at that area. For that, we didn't even get a test of the OR mid. I mean, if you can call that a test, by my definition, I wouldn't call that a test of the OR mid, but we didn't even get one today.
We couldn't see that.
That's
okay,
all right.
Now
They
we
don't
see
need
it.
They don't need to see it. Yeah, it's just there's the OR mid. We didn't test it, so I was just pointing that out. We did yesterday, and Kane reminded me of my trade setup as I was long into it. And it would have worked if I had just flattened and got short, but I'm just not one to reverse the trade. So that is how I operate.
So if we did a competition where it was just reverse only, you wouldn't be able to do it?
Well, that's different because I've always wanted to do one micro reverse challenge only, and see how much carnage. Like if you got 10 people to agree to do it in a 24-hour one micro, and all you have to open the trade at Globex Open, and the only thing you can do is use the reverse button. You can never flatten. You can never do anything.
I'm in.
I just want to see how much carnage you could do with one micro.
And then what? It ends like you can't ever not be in a position until 5 p.m.
Until
next day.
24 hours, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll do it. Not that anybody didn't realize, but yeah, I would be in. You only need 9 more people, Leo. In this market, you'd never even need to reverse. You just keep holding.
Yeah, you just get long, you know. Just hope the drawdown isn't that bad. Pull stack usually ranges from 2 to 9 on NQ for most levels. Do you use it somehow? Okay, so this is something that I've talked about in I don't know how many, places, but in NQ or ES, when you're looking at the pull stack data, you are not looking at any individual tick level and going, oh, it went from 2 to 3, or it went from 9 to 0. That's super bearish. NQ pull stack, the resting orders on NQ are constantly changing. There's no way you're going to be able to track, the pull stack for each individual tick. And truthfully, the same is for ES. What you're looking for are certain behaviors. So one of those would be reloading, right? So if you see, there's 10 lots at say 740 and it gets filled, you would see the fill on the Delta profile or your time in sales. And then you see another 10 get put on that same level. That's called that's a reload, right? Somebody had a bid limit order there, they got filled and they reloaded. So you can see that easily on pull stack versus just like watching the market depth. And so if you see that reload, you're going to see that a little more in ES just because it's slower. But you'll see, 100 lots get filled and 100 lots come back on and 100 lots come back on. It's more indicative of an iceberg order, but it's not always the case. And there's some nuance there. But so you're looking for reloading. That's kind of one distinct thing that you can start to look for. Another thing that you're looking for is the behavior of pull stack. And I know that sounds kind of like, ooh, but it's not, in the sense that if you're watching the time and sales or you're watching price action, just purely price action, you kind of have an understanding of like how fast things are moving and what's going on. So if you're watching pull stack, you can see, okay, the bid's kind of persistently being added on and not really, pulling off. Whereas the offer, they'll flash some offer and they'll pull it off. And they kind of keep pulling off. Every little tick up, they pull off the offer, all that stuff. Every push down, they might pull off the bid. You're looking for what is the behavior of one side or the other that's dominant. Or I even kind of use the term like scared, and that's not the right way to phrase it. It's just kind of how I verbalize or mentally verbalize it, I guess, is, if price is moving lower and then all of a sudden all the bids start pulling off the order book, they're not scared. They're just pulling liquidity from the market. And so that's going to make it easier for price to go lower. So if you start seeing that behavior change from like it's very bullish, bids are just constantly being added to the order book and the offers just constantly being pulled, on every tick up or every move up, that's kind of bullish, right? And then on the inverse of that would be, okay, well, if every time the market starts to tick lower, bids are pulling off and the offer is stacking up, then that's kind of bearish. So you're looking for that behavior at very specific areas that, either you have reference points for just from MGI, et cetera. Watching the DOM and the pull stack, obsessively tick over tick is just not going to be a good use of your time. So there's a very two actionable ways that you can use the pull stack, in addition to a few others, but you should always start slow. So Those are the two things that I would give you as far as the takeaway go. First time you hear from me. I've been so busy lately that like putting an actual, like a thing together just hasn't been something that I could do. I want to, but I have so many friends that have put information out there. XYZ has put tons of information out there on the DOM. My friend Job at Orderflow Labs has put tons of info. There's like a 40-minute course that you can crash course on the DOM that you can watch on the YouTube at Orderflow Labs YouTube channel. There's some of it in the playbook, like examples of absorption that you can see on the DOM on my playbook on paintingthetape.net. Nick's got a course out there that covers some of it. I'll put some stuff together. Just I don't know when I'll be able to get to it, to be honest with you. I just think there's so much good content out there. I'm like, what's the point of me doing it? It's like, why would I do it when there's already good content out there? I don't have anything new to say. And maybe I say it in a different way that resonates. Order Flow Labs. Not Warful.
Warful.
Order Flow.
Seeing a potential pullback here on the Russell, maybe to 63, another 5 points or so. $15-minute looks like it wants to drop. Whoa, Yoda, what do you mean I've even learned some tips from Salma? Like, what
That's
do you
funny.
mean? This is not even a compliment. You're actually funny. Like, what's the actually for? What is the even for? It's messed up.
Look, we missed a micro pullback here. We wanted to take some interesting longs. There's this there's distribution well defined here between 700 and 560, and we're kind of breaking out from that. But we built this volume node, so now we have this little low volume area that we can use kind of as our risk. But we've already it got tested as we were talking about that, all the DOM stuff. That would have been a decent risk area to get long. Not gonna, to be honest. Maybe we'll get another chance to take it.
I do have a limit set here. I did say that. Did I say that already or no? All right. Well, I don't know if I did or didn't, but you guys can hear it again. I set a limit at 63. Retest of the 90 EMA on the 15-minute as well as the weekly open. I think it's a solid area to try longs again.
Generational 6-point dip. I know, and we missed it.
Yeah, ES and Q are just insanely strong. Next target I would have for ES would be 42.
Just the way you sound, you don't sound so excited as most YouTubers. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that order flow is not the holy grail, and I'm very sorry that there are people out there purporting it to be the holy grail. For me, it just helps. It helps with execution and confidence. It helps me with confidence and of knowing that I understand at least the market dynamics of what's happening between buyers and sellers, even if I make the wrong decision and fade that or whatever. I at least know when I do make a mistake. I'm just fading the market here. But there's a lot to be said about being confident and knowing what the general consensus is between buyers and sellers. And I know that doesn't sound like, oh, you can tell. I mean, it should be so easy then to just make tons of money. It's not the case, but using order flow is not the holy grail, but it does help. It helps me a lot with understanding context and giving me areas where I can feel confident to put money at risk. But it's definitely not the holy grail. There is no holy grail. The holy grail is risk management, consistent trading, showing up every day, journaling, putting in the work. Like all of those things are the holy grail. But there's nothing, no market tool or anything, any single thing is the holy grail. The holy grail is insider trading and politics. Yes, that's actually true.
Ninja Team needs to clip that into a nice video and post it. It's true.
Yeah, you still need your setups. You still need, your areas that you're willing to put risk on the table. It's just the order flow helps going to give you that additional context and confidence. And what Pac says, confidence was a carefree, focused, and confident. Order flow helps me with that confident piece a ton.
All right, they either rip it from here or drop another 5 points. May try another long here. It might be worth a shot. All right, I'm in. I'll cancel this order. If we come down, then I'll reassess.
My daughter was in a car accident yesterday.
Whoa. She okay?
Yeah, she's fine. I don't want to say that she was doing anything reckless, but it sounds like there was some senior, she's a senior in high school, so there were some senior activities going on. It's been going on all year. It's like some weird game that they're playing.
Is it the stupid catch you out in public and
with a water gun?
Yeah.
They call it a purge. Okay, so somebody was trying to get her for this purge thing, and they were riding her, tail, and I wouldn't say chasing her, but I don't know. She was in a car, she's driving around, and all of a sudden she's being chased. So she was trying to get away, and this is, we had to have a conversation about this, but she was trying to get away wearing goggles. Yeah, of course. She was trying to get away from this guy, and she ended up at some point getting off of a highway and going too fast down the off ramp and kind of losing control of her vehicle. And she ended up sliding across, once she got off the off ramp, sliding across one of the, two lanes and hitting a pole. So thank God she didn't hit anyone else. So nobody else was involved. But she did definitely sideswipe a pole with her car. So we had to get that towed to a body shop. Cops and robbers, she's 18. Yeah, so we had to have, a little conversation there. But I mean, like, thankfully she wasn't hurt. Nobody in the car she had some friends with her. Nobody was hurt. She didn't hit anyone else. The damage to the vehicle isn't. I haven't gotten an estimate yet, but like personally, I don't think it's terrible.
Yeah.
So yeah, I had to rush to go pick her up and calm her down. I mean, she was pretty hysterical. Like she was pretty upset.
Dude, Unskilled goes the important question. Did she get purged?
No, no.
There you go.
And
She's
the
a
thing
G.
about it is that the person that was chasing her, and I don't want to get too much into this, but the person that was chasing her was an ex-boyfriend of hers that
Oh God.
I don't really like. I'm not a fan of him. So I also sent him a text. I tried to call him. He wouldn't take my phone call. So I sent him a text and, kind of said like, hey, if you see her again, you can just walk, just turn around. You don't need to look at her. You don't need to chase her in a car. Like there's no need for this.
Yeah, that's weird. I'm glad she's okay though.
No, thank you. Yeah. But it's just, and that phone call, I've not gotten that phone call yet, but I didn't, when she called, I was just like trying to assess the situation, and she was very upset. So it was like she wasn't able to really speak yet. So it was a bit nerve-wracking because I didn't know like how bad it was. All I heard was she was in a car wreck. But she wasn't really able to tell me anything for like 5 minutes because she was so, caught up. Like she was obviously emotional.
Yeah. That sucks. I mean, like sometimes high schoolers just take things a little too far.
Yeah.
Way too far.
Yeah.
Glad
she was
okay,
driving
though.
a Volkswagen. She was driving a Volkswagen Tiguan.
I never had to play that in high school. We never did that. What do you wear for safety though? Like, so that people can't purge you or like can't assassinate you? Is it like a floaty or something?
Oh, like when you're out in public, you have to wear,
Yeah.
like if you get approached by somebody that's trying to take you out, you have to be wearing goggles. Like
Goggles. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I see people here they walk around with like floaties for like that's their safety net.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Bro, Robin goes, Salma was homeschooled. I was not. Thank you very much. Just went to a really big high school where you couldn't play those games. My graduating class was 1,000 people. This trade is working out though. I'll probably continue holding this until the second standard deviation at around 80 on the Russell. Just when you think there's a setup for a short, buyers say, psych. Not for long. What's the whole point of this game? Like, what do you end up winning?
It's like $500 at the end of it.
For just the last person standing.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
Bro, tell your daughter you give her 500 for her not to partake in this.
Literally. Well, it's over now. So
You could have saved more money giving her the 500 than paying for this car. It's unfortunate. It's okay though. Something she'll look back at and
that should
and
cover
laugh.
the body work. I mean, one panel is probably $500. This quarter panel is ripped up.
That's like 5 flex accounts with Lucid. Bro, Nick Forsig thinks about things
Oh my gosh.
in Lucid pricing. That's hilarious. This meal's gonna cost me $80. I could go buy a eval account with that money. Almost new highs here on the Russell. YM also still tugging away, trying to make those new highs. We're very close. What up, Jim?
Hey, great trade, Salma. I like it.
Jim.
Thanks, dude.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Been having a decent week after a very weird couple weeks.
Yeah.
Feels good. Get back in the groove of things. Yeah.
When's your birthday?
My birthday?
Yeah.
January 22nd.
Ooh.
It passed already. You guys all wished me a happy birthday.
Yeah.
Except Pax.
It's in our contracts that we have to visit the online traders on their birthday, but it's going to be kind of cold in New Jersey then, right?
Yeah, January in Jersey is not worth
Wait,
coming
it's
to.
in your contract? You didn't come visit me on my birthday?
Wait a second. When was your birthday?
Well, it's because you hid your birthday, March
I can't
23rd.
say it's in.
Too late.
that?
March 23rd.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. No, that's a
You're
problem.
just going to
though. That's
dox me like that?
It's my
Yep.
son's birthday, too. My son's birthday is that day, too.
Is it Maximus?
No, that's the other son.
Oh, that would have been so funny.
Yeah.
So, Jim, I'm expecting you to come visit me then on March 23rd of 2027.
I'm going to put it in my calendar. March
Yo,
23rd.
2027 sounds so crazy to say out loud.
It's coming. It's right around the corner, by the way. And also, I could also send Dom over, Leo, to have a friendly but forceful conversation with whoever this dude is chasing your daughter.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
what?
I took care
Your
of that
cousin Dom?
yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
if you need anything, let me know.
I will.
Anyway, let's give these two a round of applause. A great job done today. Appreciate these two for sure. Before you guys go, I do want to remind everybody listening, we do have that arena challenge coming up starting next week. Not too late to register. There's 3 qualifying rounds with a live NinjaTrader trading platform, real-time data, a lot of fun. The dates are up on the screen right now, May 19th, May 26th, and June 2nd. Register for one, please. But if you haven't already, it's a lot of fun for sure. $250,000 of cash prizes, and we have the final round if you qualify. That is on June 9th. So I know these two guys, you guys are both in qualifier 2?
No, I'm in 3.
You're
I'm
in
at
3.
2. Yeah.
All right, there you go. Trade against Salma and Leo. Let's bring it on.
Register
All right.
with my link.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, I'm going to see you this afternoon. Salma, thanks for coming back.
Yep.
You're going to be back with our West Coast clan, including Christian and XYZ, I do believe.
Yeah. Yep. That's at 2. See you guys then.
All right, and then Leo, I won't see you. Have a great weekend. I won't see you because I'm literally on a plane. I'm going to see our main man Stowe tomorrow.
That's awesome. Well, have a good trip, safe trip, and we'll see you next week.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
Jim, have a good time.
Appreciate you guys.
Are we having an early start today?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Selma.
Yep.
How bad is that I forgot? 1:30. 1:30 start time. Shai's going to do the afternoon update. And then right after that, we're going to have Craig and Blake Morrow with a special Under the Hood segment that's going to be for half an hour all the way up till 2 o'clock. Don't want to miss that. Early start, 1:30. Thank you, Selma, for reminding me. That's I can't wait.
I got you. I'll be there tuned in.
All right. Appreciate you too. I'm going to hit an edge report and then we'll go to lunch.
Bye, chat. Bye, Leo. Bye,
Bye, chat.
Jim.
See you. See you, Salma.
Ciao. Bye.
All right. All right. Well, we've been talking about wheat a lot. So let's talk about it a little bit more. This is a daily candle chart on wheat. Now, the hours are a little different than you're used to if you're trading grains. The evening session starts at 7 p.m. It doesn't start. It's an hour after everything else starts, and it goes all the way until 7:45 in the morning. And then there's a break. There's a 15-minute break until 8:30. Now I'm quoting Central Time here, right? I'm quoting Central Time. So because I took this off the CME's website, and they're in Chicago. So keep that in mind if you are trading these. There's that weird break in the middle there. So it's like, oh no, my data is broken. You call up the tech guy. He's like, no, it's closed right now. So it's a great market to trade, by the way. And I just wanted to point out some things that just happened. We have a huge, big green candle breakout to the upside here, right? Well, this was that WASD report that was issued, suggesting that production levels are going to be low. Exceptionally low, surprisingly low, and as a result, the market kind of rallied back up. Then we had a really nice kind of pause yesterday. This candle here was really kind of an interesting pause here. We had a decent sized shadow on the bottom, but a shadow on the top. We didn't make any traction. And then today we had we kind of erased not all of those the WASD gains that we saw a couple days ago. Moving averages are still hinting positive right now, and that ADMA is right around $6.48 and 3/4. That's how you would quote that. RSI is not looking so good, but that's because of the big moves here that we've seen in the last few days, and that's why the RSI is a little bit funky, not really trending. Intraday, this market gets even better. I mean, look at this. This was a really, really, really decisive downward trend, right? As you erased all those gains. Look at how it respected VWAP here. Nice kind of move down, and we broke through a lot of our regular milestones, right? The 0 DTE call resistance level, S1 previous sessions lows, 1-day min, S2, and then some. So really kind of a big trend down day today after a big trend up day 2 sessions ago. The top part of this, JAX 1 was pretty much price happiness for a long period of time, $6.80, and then finally, boom, we hit that big move down. So it's a $12.50 tick. It's a tick. Remember, it trades in quarter points, quarter cents. So it's a really good market to trade, but you got to be aware of a couple of things. You got to be aware of when that WASD report is issued, any other USDA reports that are issued, because those are really market movers, as well as stuff like tariffs and other things that could affect imports and exports. So just kind of pay attention to those kind of headlines and those kind of reports, and it technically trades pretty nice. So that's the story of wheat today. We're going to keep track of that as well as we go forward here. This is, by the way, a soft red wheat. It's called number 2 soft red wheat, and it's traded at the CME Group under the old CBOT banner, and it's a great market to trade. So let's kind of move over now. I do want to talk about the Bitcoin, because the Bitcoin is on the move. I just have to find my Bitcoin. I got to scroll up here. MBT. Let's go ahead and load this guy up. Daily chart. Nice bullish candle today. I kept that November 21st swing low at 87.45 on my screen. I want to see where we're at related to that. It's going to form my bias a little bit, bullish and bearish at that level right now. Well, this is a bullish engulfing candle. Moving averages are moving up really nicely here. We have a crossover around 60, 61 in the RSI. That's something to keep our eye on as well. But pretty good, and a higher low. Barely a higher low this session than the previous session, but a higher high as well. So a little bit of a bullish candle here. And remember, there is that Clarity Act that I think suggestions going to fly through at some point. Capitol Hill. So that's getting some positive press as well, which is probably going to create some uplift here on the Bitcoin. Intraday. This is almost the opposite of the wheat chart. Look at that. I mean, we really rallied, especially after that initial balance. We just kept cranking up higher and higher and higher. Look at that 9 EMA that everybody loves. It's just almost shooting straight up. We took out that 81,000. I put that in the chat earlier today. That was 0 DTE call resistance, but we didn't stop there. We kept going. Where did we go? Well, we took out yesterday's highs, and we wicked through that Mentor Q 1-day max. Again, on big trend days, that 1-day max and that 1-day min by Mentor Q are sometimes right on point. Not always, but sometimes. Call resistance is up here at 82,000. No retracement whatsoever. Yeah, a little bit of a shadow on the current wick, but that's not a really big deal. It's a really relatively minor candle right here. So all things are a go for the Bitcoin so far. Knock on wood. We'll see if we can get continuation buying over the next several sessions. That's this morning's Edge Report. Appreciate everybody being here with us at NinjaTrader Live. Thank you for the subscription. Super important to me. Thank you for the thumbs up and the great participation. Best trading community, period, I've been involved with for obviously a long, long time. So having said that, remember, early start today. We'll get to see Craig and Blake. Shai will kick it off, of course, with her afternoon wrap-up. And then Salma and the West Coast guys, Christian and XYZ, will be trading the close. So a lot of stuff to do on this great Thursday. So in the meantime, have a nice, relaxing lunch, and we will talk to you soon.